for review and consideration. And again, thank you so much for taking your time to be here and submit all of your comments on several very important subjects. All comments will be included in the record. So again, study sessions are always open for the public to attend in person, and folks are also able to listen or view remotely. But with every study session, there's no opportunity for public input. We're just here to discuss. And the content of these items is subject to change. Again, no action is anticipated. We again also ask for audience in viewing us only to also refrain from applause or boos or any talking that may disrupt the meeting. But we're so glad that folks are tuning in and watching. All right, and we got a couple other agenda changes. Note that the agenda was amended a second time. In addition to moving the meeting location, it was amended to add item A8. And finally, please note that due to a work commitment, Eric Younger is participating remotely and may not join us until about 5:30 online. All right, and with that, we will go ahead and start with item A1. We have Mary Wheeler here to present. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Anna. Before I forget, we had a request by Councilmember Mockler to remove an item from tonight's agenda. Came in a few hours ago. That item was items A6 proposal. I'm sorry, item A3. Thank you. Which was the consulting contract for the 2024 update to the transportation element of the comprehensive plan and non-motorized plan. I do want to note that it turns out this item is scheduled for a second study session on September 27th, so it's not scheduled for action next week. But that item has been requested to be removed. So is there any discussion, and by our rules and procedures, do we have two council members that would request that item to go back on the agenda? Councilmember Mockler.
This item did not come before the Public Works Committee. I have detailed questions about pages 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 21, 25, 26, and 27. This contract in total is $528,000. And I think that we should ask these questions and not take up the whole council's time, but have it be reviewed in the Public Works Committee.
Questions about this item or request to add back to the agenda? Councilmember Chamberlain.
Is this thing on? Okay, thank you. So I'd like to hear from folks who are here to present if I'm just curious if it's important to come today. I see you have a guest with you. And so I want to honor your guest time, and if there's a lot of detailed questions, and to have them come back to another study session might be prohibitive of time. Thank you, Ms. Grover.
There we go.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. The goal tonight was to present this as informational only. It's actually been the Public Works Committee twice, but not the actual contract and cost estimate. So we wanted to present tonight and then ask for council action on the 27th study session and then October 4th council. By presenting this evening, that would give you until next study session to come up and have questions and comments for us that we could address by the 27th.
I move to add A6 back onto the agenda.
Same here.
Is there a second? All right.
Second.
Motion and a second. This goes back on the agenda. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Grover.
All right. With that out of the way, we will start with item A1. Mayor Wheeler is here to present confirm reappointment of Andre Henderson to the Bremerton Housing Authority Board of Commissioners.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, council, and good evening. Good evening, members of the audience. So I've got again, as the council president said, I'm requesting reappointment approval of my appointment of Andre Henderson to the Bremerton Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. His resume is in the probably not available, but it is available in my office if anybody wanted to review it, and he has great qualifications.
Perfect. And council did receive the application. Council members, any questions or comments?
Andre, great.
I'm also a fan.
No others. I just had one question, which was how many terms has this gentleman served?
This is a reappointment. And I appointed him the first time. So to complete an unexpired term. So I'm now appointing him, requesting he be appointed for a full term.
Okay, so this would be his, so he's had one partial term and then this would be a first full term. Okay. All right, no concerns. Is everybody fine with consent agenda? Excellent. This will go on consent agenda for the next meeting. Thank you, Mayor. All right, next up, item A2, we have IT Engineer Han Nielsen and City Clerk Angela Hoover here to present acceptance of local records grant agreement with Washington Office of Secretary of State, Archives and Records Management Divisions. Welcome.
Thank you,
Take it away.
President. Good afternoon. So I'm here to talk about the Washington Local Grants Program. And the Washington State Archive Local Records Grant Program is established by the Office of the Secretary of the State per RCW, which states the SOS office must establish and administrate a competitive grant program for local agencies to improve technology information systems for public record retention, management, and disclosure and related training. So what does that mean? The Secretary of the State has a grant. Cool. What purpose of the grant? To help local governments use technology to improve their records retention, management, and disclosure of public records. So how is the program funded? Grants are funded through the proceeds of surcharges when documents are recorded with the county auditors. Who can apply? Any local government agency, entity such as counties, cities, towns, and fire districts, schools, hospital districts, port districts, public utility districts, and other special purpose districts. There are no matching funds requirements with this grant, which is great. So what happened? Back in May, I attended a conference and we got word that there was open on the grants. And I was like, okay, let's take a stab and see what we can get. So after consulting with Mike Riley and Angela, we got in contact with our Laserfish vendor and created a statement of work, which is included in your package, outlining the project to improve our electronic content management system, Laserfish. Basically, we're looking to improve the following items: record classification, retention schedules, file plan management, automated records management, auditing and compliance, and legal hold capabilities. So basically, our goal is to have the computers do more work for us and automate the process of after records becomes outdated, essentially have it ready so that we can purge it and either retain it or expunge it. So I applied for the grant, and fast forward to about 4 weeks ago, I received notice that we received an acceptance to award $30,000, the maximum amount possible to complete our project. So I'm here to ask for approval to accept the award and move forward for the contract for the professional services with Cities Digital and the associated budget adjustments for the total cost of $34,644.60 plus taxes, which does exceed the grant by about $4,645 in taxes. The remainder of the grant would be we already had planned some expenditures. So essentially, instead of spending $30,000, we're recouping some costs.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Any questions or comments, Councilmember Truland?
Yeah, this came through finance, and we were super stoked that you got this $30,000 grant. So it's a really minimal cost. It's already in your budget. And did you mention that finance is already, this is the program that finance is already using, correct?
Yes, it's a citywide program that we're using. We're expanding it, adding more licenses, and expanding its capabilities.
And so basically it's streamlining with what other departments are already doing. It's already been tested and proven. So we gave it the thumbs up.
Yes, Denny.
Just thank you for applying for this. I know PRRs can be extremely time consuming for staff. So anything that we can do to streamline that and purge those records when we need to, it's really important. It's also very important to comply with PRR to the T. As you know, the fines can be extremely large. So thank you for doing this, and I would just move for this go on consent agenda.
All right, no other comments or questions? My only one question I wrote down was, is there any extra annual maintenance fees in the future just to be aware of as a result of updating?
There
Yes.
is, it
Okay.
does add some annual, it's outlined in the packet. Um, I don't know exactly what page it is, but it's annual breakdown under year 2 and 3. The additional costs ends up being about $3,400 a year.
Okay, yeah, minimal. Just wanted to
Yeah.
check. Thank you. Nope, Mike, kudos as well for getting this grant money, and what a great use. All right, any objection to consent? Not seeing any. This will go on consent for next meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, moving along, we'll go to item A3. We have Managing Engineer Gunnar Fredrickson and Engineering Project Manager Vicky Grover to present consultant contract for the 2024 updates to the transportation element of the comprehensive plan and non-motorized plan. And as we briefly discussed, this item will be scheduled for a second study session on September 27th. Welcome.
Thank you, council. So as previously stated tonight, this will be an informational presentation of the comprehensive plan and the non-motorized plan updates. And again, as council member Mockler pointed out, there hasn't been an opportunity for you guys to review this. So we wanted to bring it to you tonight, give you a presentation, and then ask that hopefully within a week or so, we could get all your comments. So it gives us an opportunity to address any comments you have prior to the 27th, when we come again for study session, and ask for council action. And then we'll plan to attend council on October 4th. So thank you very much. And tonight we have with us Michael Hornvet, who is with Parametrics, and he is going to be the project manager leading the consultant team. Thank you.
Welcome, Michael.
Thank you. Let's see if I can get this to work in remote like this. Okay, there we go. All right. So this is just a quick agenda item. We're going to go through quick introductions about the team. I'll be brief on that. Talk about basically the purpose of a comp plan and the transportation element. Some of the key scoping elements that we're going to include. Milestone schedule. Again, it's a milestone at this point, and I'll give you a little more information about that. Community engagement, and then there's other topics below that. And I think we can probably do a time check to see if we want to go through all that detail. Okay. So again, I'm Michael Hornvet, and I'm with Parametrics. I'll be the project manager. And I have worked for nearly 30 years in the industry on planning level projects. A couple of examples right here, near and dear, hopefully to you, are the SR 303 corridor study that we worked on and produced some successful results for that, and as well as currently working on the JCTP project to try to come up with some alternatives to really improve livability and connectivity within the city. We've developed a team that's really the right people. It's a very streamlined org chart, and we bring quite a bit of expertise, both with individual experience in years of experience, as well as experience right here in the city of Bremerton on really both of the projects that I just mentioned. And I don't think I'm going to go into any more detail that I was going to originally. If you have questions about the team, I think you could probably pose those to us and we can answer any questions. So this slide's really just intended to be a brief update about what the purpose of the comp plan is, which is, our focus is to talk about what the vision is for the city, and then the goals and what kind of policy changes we would want to maybe revisit and revise to make sure that we can define those goals and to get to that final vision. And then it's really key that we understand that I'm getting on the last bullet, that the transportation elements is supported by the land use, and that land use plan is already underway.
I think the timing might be right, that it'll be close to complete or complete so that we can incorporate that right into our work. And it'll facilitate a good understanding about the transportation needs into the future. Okay. So the transportation element, very much like the comp plan, is to focus on the goals, vision goals and policies, so that we can really kind of set those guide bars for when projects are initiated, and we can say, hey, does this really meet our vision and goals and the policies? So we want to make sure that we've got that lined out for the city's vision into the future. And then we want to also make sure that any project that is developed and move forward does meet the city's concurrency plans. And I'll talk a little bit more about that on another slide, that we may reconsider how you look at concurrency and provide some recommendations there. I'll talk a little bit more about the prioritization of the projects further through the presentation. All right, we'll move past that one. So this one was really just to set a level of expectation with the goals and policies. And I'm going to jump right down to the bottom in that the priorities that are going to be in this plan are similar to what you've seen before. We want to make sure that we're prioritizing, using the right language as we prioritize, and items that are going to maybe be a little bit fluffy, to use a technical term, are going to use terms like we're going to consider and encourage, and we should look at those, versus things that are really required. We're going to want to maintain, we're going to want to adopt, and they shall be done. So we're going to keep our eye on that ball as we're moving through the process. And you'll see in just a little bit on the community engagement piece that you guys will be involved in that as we move along, as well, additional committees. So these are the key scope elements that are in the scope, and they're out of order for what's in the scope, but we did this on purpose to place the top two. We feel those are probably the highest priority right now. We really believe that we need the community engagement piece so that we can get the public's input, understand what their concerns and desires are, and then match that up with the technical detail that we're going to produce as the transportation team. So, and you'll see that in a little bit too, as well as the active transportation. It hasn't been updated since 2007, so now's really the time. A little bit past, but let's make that happen now. And you'll see some of the rest of this throughout the presentation, so I don't really think I need to get into a lot of detail here. So this is what I would call a very early or preliminary milestone schedule that gives us kind of an idea about, can we reach the end zone, which is the end of 2024 when this will be due. And a couple of things that I want to highlight here that are really very important. And that's the two dark blue boxes in that upper community engagement piece. And one of them is a survey, and that's not a ground survey, that's actually a public information survey. So we want to put that public information survey together and get it out as soon as possible so that it feeds our understanding of the issues, gaps, and needs in the city. So that's number one. The other thing that's really crucial is the data collection. We're at a point now where we really need to collect any missing data so that we can do our analysis in the month of October. If we miss the month of October, it creates quite a bit of challenge in order to normalize data. And the next best month is in April. And you can see from this schedule, if we push to April, which is in that beginning of second quarter, we're going to miss the schedule. So we really got to get this thing moving in October so that we can at least get the count agencies out there pulling data. And again, we'd like to get that survey started right away. I'd say the other thing that's really key here is that we've got 2 open houses planned, one early that is strategically placed after the survey, so that when the public is out, and if they miss the survey, they've still got an early opportunity to provide us comments at that open house. If they miss the open house, we've also got a website that's going to be up, that's going to give them another opportunity to continue to give us comments through the process. So there's a lot of opportunity here, and you'll see more of that in another slide. And then that last open house is again scheduled so that we've got some information to share with the public about our findings that match what we've heard from them. So we're going to do that crosswalk. Okay. That middle section, not really going to talk about it. I think you guys have a copy. You can kind of look at the details if you want to, and it matches back with the scope. And then the bottom, those are really the deliverables that we'll have, which is going to be the draft and final comp plan. There's a couple more that I'll talk about in a later slide. So this is just a quick umbrella view of our community engagement. And I said that there were several ways that we're going to reach out, and they're listed right there in that umbrella. One is Word. It's not a Word document, but that's just word of mouth. We intend to make sure that there's a lot of opportunity for people to communicate and then share that they've made comments on this and how to get to the access to the website. Second is that public information survey, the website that I shared, online open houses, and then fairs and festivals. So the city staff will be able to, participate in some of the fairs and festivals maybe next spring, summer, so that we can again it'll be a little bit later information, and we'll see if it still matches the trends that we're hearing. And if there's something new, we'll have to behave and be flexible and figure out how to make that work. So typically there isn't a lot new that comes in later. And then what you can see here, the way it's organized is that on the left, where it says forecasting operations, transit, active transportation, that's the technical work that's going to help us define technical gaps and issues. Combining those two is what really creates the vision and goals for the city. And so that's the process that we're going to do to then spit out, different policies, the design cost elements that help us to help in the prioritization. And then we'll document that through the final transportation element and non-motorized plan. And then, by the way, you can see the bar that points down over there. That's you and the committees. That's just a continuous coordination as needed, and when we have really kind of key milestones to share. Okay. I said active transportation is really important. You can see this is really active transportation is going to follow the same process that most planning processes follow. Again, with the outreach, we're going to use the level of traffic stress to identify where there are gaps and issues so that we can then focus on those areas to make improvements. And then, one of the other things is when we go out and evaluate the existing system, I think the photo on the left there is a great example of some of the situations that we see that really highlights where there's a design issue, because we see that there's poles in the sidewalk and we don't have the full width of the sidewalk available for ADA in particular. Sometimes there are curb cuts. There's a driveway in this picture, a little hard to see, but we got to make sure that those are designed appropriately. And then there is a policy that says that you need to keep the vegetation off of the sidewalk, but we want to maybe talk about what that looks like, and is there a level of enforcement and a way to talk about that, right? So those are things that we still want to consider as we're moving into this active transportation. Besides looking at the full system, there are these more nuanced kind of things that we want to talk about. So project prioritization, this is really important so that we can identify what projects can move forward with funding that can become available. We would use a very similar process that we used with the SR 303 corridor study. We took that full corridor, and instead of saying, well, here's your big project, we broke it into, I think, 28 different projects and created a one sheet diagram for each one of those projects that could be used to then apply for grants. And we felt that was really a pretty successful approach, and we'd like to use a similar approach to this. There'll be some changes because it's a full city. It's not just a corridor, but at least we'll have something to start with, and that helps us to expedite the project. Okay. Forecasting and operations. So this is the top information up there is really, again, the first 6 bullets are the planning process, which is, we start with the land use, which is super important so that we make sure that the origins and destinations are right, or as right as they can be. And we'll forecast the future traffic. We'll run it through operations analysis so we can see how things look and where there are going to be issues, so that we can then focus our attention on looking at solutions, specifically in those locations where you don't meet the concurrency. Okay. And then again, like I say, outline possible alternatives that will meet the concurrency. So the little trick that we have at the bottom is that in the scope, you'll see that there's a couple of additional documents. One is to look at the concurrency standards. Are the current level of service concurrency standards what you really want to move forward with? But we want to take a look at that and look at other options that we've seen in other cities. And there's a couple of examples there, like looking at, instead of just an intersection level of service that focuses on delay per vehicle, talk about maybe a segment level of service, right? Which still is going to look at vehicles, or we could change the criteria to person delay. Right. So those are the things that we want to talk about. Or is it an area wide level of service? So we want to start to look at that so that we can think about how does this concurrency standard fit with the city's change or direction for vision and goals. Okay. So we want to make sure that those are going to marry up. The other thing that we've been asked to look at is there a possibility for an impact fee structure for, if there's new development that comes in and brings in a lot of new trips and it doesn't meet concurrency, what kind of a impact fee or mitigation process needs to be followed so that everything meets concurrency. So we want to talk about that as well. Just so for expectations, we don't see that those two documents are going to be finalized and approved and adopted. It's going to be basically a conversation starter so that you guys can start to talk about that and how you want that to move forward. But what we do want to make sure we do is when we come up with alternatives that meet the current concurrency standard, we say this is the list of projects that we're recommending in the capital improvement project list. How would they meet this recommendation also, right? So how would that maybe change that capital improvements project list? So we're going to talk about that when we get towards the end of the transportation elements and the appendix that includes the capital improvements project. So that's all going to be talked about without having a commitment to that new concurrency standard until sometime after this is completed. And if you decide that you like what you're saying and want to take that to final approval and adopt it, then that would be a whole other process. Okay. Same thing for the impact fee. So transit is going to be super important. You guys all know that. And it's also important to recognize that we're not going to be able to define the projects for Kitsap Transit or Mason County Transit. We can make or even the Washington State Ferries. We're going to make recommendations and we're going to make requests and we're going to make probably suggestions for additional coordination so that those can stay in their radar and not fall off, right? Because it's going to be important to the city to keep after those projects. I'd love to talk at length about that, but I think we're short on time. Planning level design and cost. And I think the key point here is, and the picture is on purpose, it's a kind of a cartoon graphic. It's important that this is a preliminary planning level design. So it's going to be very, very high, back up at that 30,000 foot level, but enough that with a fat line on a map, we can say, look, there's likely to be some property impacts here. There's going to be some risks and issues that we want to deal with. And that'll help us to put the right range of cost estimate on it. So that when we get to if a project does move forward, you have a fairly good idea about what your range is and you can narrow that down when you get more detail. Okay, so again, really very preliminary design. Documentation, again, these are just the deliverables that we're going to have, and I don't think we need to talk about that again. So with that, I'll stop and open it up for questions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Council, any questions, comments? Denny.
Horns fat.
Oh,
Yeah, it's Michael
microphone.
Horns fat.
I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Ms. Grover. And I'm sorry I say it again,
Horns fat.
Mr. Hortzman.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you
a
so much.
tricky one.
Yeah, I apologize. Usually it's in the packet. Thank you for this. I actually just have one kind of niche question. I had a constituent ask about paving an alleyway, and I wasn't sure. I didn't have the answer if public easements are part of comprehensive plans. So should I direct this constituent to the survey as part of that, or are public easements not part of the comprehensive plan? Is it more focused on transit and higher level issues like that?
Thank you for that question. And I would say yes. So somebody wants to pave an existing alleyway.
Exactly. Yep.
So that is something that you could send to Public Works and we would
Perfect.
work on that with operations.
Great. So we don't have to wait for
You know,
that is
send it
great
over.
question. All right. I
Thank
will
you.
hit up Director Nucky. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Brian.
I had the pleasure of working with you on that SR 303 corridor study, and it was a great experience. And you proved to me the work that you do, the depth that you go into. And I've just got to commend you, Vicki, and as well as Parametrics. You know, I feel like you're really listening to us with this. And I think it's important to acknowledge that sometimes.
I'll say thank you.
You know, I'm excited about it. Connectivity. I am wondering, we can get more into that later, but the design of the study, I know council has received the outcomes of a few studies, and we've been suspect at times because of how the study was designed. I would hope that the study would just be designed in a way that would support the goals of
the project, but just wanted to give you a heads up about that, that's going to be important to us, how that design study is designed. And then I have one other question, and that is, when you brought up code enforcement, or at least I hear code enforcement when you talked about it. So I want to recognize that. And I think that that's part of something like this. We can't forget all the other aspects. I am wondering, I wanted to clarify, when you were first talking about this, you were talking about land use and the importance of getting that settled, and because it's based on that. And that really is an area where DCD comes in, right? Hallelujah. Because I'm always looking for times when you all come together, and I know you meet every week, but you know what I mean, really work together on something to make sure that transportation is doing things that are, compatible with our land use and residential and commercial and all of that. So I know I'm just saying good work, but can you just clarify that? Is that what you're talking about?
That is absolutely correct. Before I was in transportation, I worked very closely with BCD as the development engineer. So yes, I really like working with them, but that the land use and where the projected growth for the next 20-year horizon is dictate what BCD tells us where that's going to go. Obviously we review it, make sure it's good, and then it goes into the model. And that is how we look forward to how our infrastructure will be impacted by the growth, and what do we need to do to our infrastructure to have it meet that growth. So it's absolutely tied together. And yes, we'll be working very closely with DCD.
This multimodal is a priority for me. So big fan. Thank you.
So Chamberlain.
So I'm over here Googling what is concurrency threshold. And I guess it means the amount of projects you can do simultaneously. Is that right?
So the concurrency standard is that the threshold for the city of Brentwood is level service D. And so if you get to an intersection that's a level service D or worse, you're not meeting.
What is a level service D?
So level service is a measurement. So in the transportation world, we measure delay at an intersection. So what's the average delay of all the people that are sitting at an intersection during the peak hour? And then we say, okay, that average delay is 40 seconds. And so it's a level service C, and the next level is level service D. And in the highway capacity manual, which is kind of the guideline for all transportation, it clearly states that this is a feeling, right? There's nothing else to it except for they've said, well, if you have this range of delay, you're going to feel okay. So it gets an A. If you get this range of delay, it's a B, C, D, E, right? So that's how it's set. The question that we're asking is whether that's the metric you want to use, because it only measures vehicular delay. It doesn't measure person delay. And some other cities use person delay, right? For and that can include active, non-motorized, so walkers, bikers, people on the bus. So you include the number of people on a bus. And so, if you compare, you've got 5 buses sitting in an intersection and they've all got 40 seconds of delay, but you're moving all of those people through quicker.
Okay. So what you're saying is the concurrency is relating to the various types of travelers or commuters. Is that
currently it's related to just vehicles?
Just vehicles currently.
Any kind of vehicle. Yeah. And so what we want to look at in that other part, the part where we're going to talk about concurrency standards, is to look at whether there are other options to measure delay.
Is this where you're talking about developing criteria for ranking projects? No,
it would be used to say whether the conditions on the road meet the concurrency standards. And if they don't, then the city is required to figure out what to do about that, right? By reducing traffic, adding lanes, reducing delay at intersections.
Also, my mic is.
Is it done?
I'm not on Public Works. I'm not, I wasn't on any of the studies that you did, so I'm just kind of coming at it like a regular person. I guess I'm still, I'll need to learn. I'll ask my other colleagues some questions too. I know it's difficult to talk to. Yeah, okay, well, thank you for planting the seed of understanding. I'm sure I'll get it.
My understanding, because is that if we want to, we're talking multimodal. So if we want to start prioritizing pedestrians and multimodal transportation at lights and so forth, then we can make that change. Right now, we're prioritizing or using whatever you want to, we're measuring or, using as the standard only vehicular. So sounds like a wonderful element to consider. Does
Okay,
that make sense?
so concurrency threshold is currently only defining the weight of vehicles, but do we want to look at concurrency threshold of bikers, of bus riders, et cetera?
And I think the answer is yes. It's twofold. We want to expand what we look at for delay, meaning people, pedestrians. I also would hope that we get to talk about, so your level of service ranges from A to E, A being the best, E the worst, meaning the longest delay. We are currently at a D, the city of Bremerton is, and I would like to think and propose and decide if maybe we would like to have a higher level of service. So 2 things on that topic. Thank you.
And last comment. Okay. So yeah, I agree. And so what you were saying, although we would love it if you could, but you can't do anything about Kitsap Transit, for instance. Are we ranking a D because of our lack of ferry service and our slow buses, or is it?
Level of service is a policy. We've chosen that in the past. We've said this is all we want to look at. And it's not bad. I'm not saying it's bad, but I think it could be time for us to think a little higher.
Thank you.
And Mockler.
Thanks. I am not going to ask all of the 40 questions that I actually have highlighted. But I am going to mention that the SR 303 study was completed during the pandemic. And the opportunities and the input for public engagement were depressed, shall we say. The Joint Compatibility Transportation Plan, and you already know this because I've emailed Katie Ketterer, the project manager, purports to deliver livability for the people who live here. But perhaps because there are no Bremerton community organizations on the community sounding board, which was the public to which that study got their information, the driving achievement of the Joint Compatibility Transportation Plan is accessibility, AKA get to and from the shipyard as fast as ever you can. I'm sorry, I'm not turning towards you guys as I normally would. Beg pardon. That's something I'm not going to go on and on about because I promised to not go on and on. I would say that in this study that the virtual open houses are less good than an actual open house where people can actually see a graphic and walk around and ask questions. That's something that council has supported many, many times. Really. The thing with both the SR 303 study and the Joint Compatibility Transportation Plan is that they rely heavily on adaptive signals, which typically favor, back to your point about concurrency, typically favor vehicular movement. I'm thinking a lot about people I see pushing strollers and walking with a toddler on their way to school. And I want those people to be able to get to school. The National Association of City Transportation Officials says that fixed signals in an urban environment give us predictability so that we get to the intersection. The one I pass every morning is West Hill Stem, and I know that's not in Bremerton. But if it's fixed and regular, then people go, okay, let's go. Instead of what I see many mornings during the school year, kids scampering across National Avenue where the speed limit is 35 miles an hour. And at this point, I will stop and I will email all the rest of the changes. Changes, the questions, comments, and all of that. Okay, thanks. And just a real thing at the Public Works Committee this coming Tuesday.
That wasn't the plan. The plan was to go to a study session on the 27th and council on the 4th.
Well, typically it's go through committee.
Are you requesting that?
Public Works Chair, it's your
Yeah,
prerogative. They don't- they don't have
I
to,
am
but you can ask.
requesting that. Yeah, please, because that way I don't have to bore everybody else and with my geekiness.
Sure,
Okay.
we'll be at Public Works Committee. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
All right.
And Council President,
Oh, yes, Mayor.
yeah, so since I was the one that worked with our Public Works Department, brought home the funds, I just want to offer a little bit of insight on adaptive signal technology and why it's important and why it might support the cycling and the alternative transportation modes. We are identifying corridors that will be primary commute routes. Maximizing efficiency on those corridors will keep people on the corridors getting from point A to point B versus going off into neighborhoods looking for shortcuts and of course wanting to travel as fast as they can after a workday. So there's a strategy involved with. Just wanted to put it out there for everybody's information.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Mark, there's still the floor in case any other comments or response.
I vowed to stop.
Never good. Good, no, or younger. Any comments on this or questions? Seeing none, I just had a few myself and I'll similarly not trying to have too much time. The main thing I was wondering about is the Complete Streets Ordinance and how that will interact with this plan. I saw there was going to be some public outreach to the Complete Streets Committee, which is great. But I know, for example, the Complete Streets Ordinance, has clauses that say every public works project shall consider the needs of all users and places constraints on the design of projects. And so I'm assuming that'll be worked into this plan somehow and acknowledged.
That is true.
Okay.
It was in the sound bites, but
Excellent. Thanks. No, and a couple ones here. Yeah, no guarantee. I'm not going to say something you already didn't cover. And I'll just list off real quick. The other things that I think could be great and may already totally be in there. Measurable outcomes, like the Complete Streets Committee has a list of criteria. So being able, and it has a criteria that the Public Works Director shall regularly report the performance of meeting towards those standards. So having something similar in there would be fantastic. Great to see about proposed projects and having diagrams. Like I know the 2007 non-motorized plan has a really nice diagram of the 6th Street Road diet where it shows, here's what's current. Here's turning the center turn lane. So nice to see that, like in the 2007 plan, that was in there. I love the prioritization process and the grant applications. I know sometimes there's questions of when a grant is applied for, why was that project chosen to be applied for a grant and not this project? So having that really clear list in there that council can refer to find out why one project was applied for and not is fantastic. And then if it can be made clear of how it interacts with other previous documents or parallel documents, in case there's ever like a conflict that, oh, this says this is top priority, but this other document also has a similar project in it that has it a low priority. How does that interact? And feel free to stop me. I got 2 more. Yeah.
When you say that, you're referring to like other planning documents, correct? Like a sub-area plan, or when you're asked that question, am I correct? And the answer to that is part of the goal of this effort, is to make sure that we don't have confliction, that all these documents can work together. So that's where the non-motorized plan, just so everyone knows, will now be called the active transportation plan. They all need to say the same thing.
Yes.
So that is going to be a big effort, but it's high on our priority list.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah. I'm thinking like Right now, we have the SR 3.75 study and the 2007 on motorist plan and the transportation comp plan from 2016. So excellent. Nice to see it all streamlined. Last comment is just love all the outreach you can, the surveys, open house, and definitely encourage any active outreach to different community groups and really targeting to make sure we get representative of not just bikes, but joggers and strollers and rollers and all the rhyming groups out there. So thank you so much for your work. And again, this will be on the next study session for continued discussion. All right. Thank you so much again. Really appreciate the comprehensive deep dive. That was an unintentional pun right there. It wasn't even planned. Oh, I can't. All right, moving right along. Item A4. We have City Attorney Kylie Finnell here to present ordinance to add BMC Section 9A.36.020 entitled, quote, making or possessing motor vehicle theft tools, unquote. Welcome, Attorney Finnell.
Thank you. So this is a proposal to adopt into our municipal code an RCW that is already in our state code. So as we've said before, we aren't able to prosecute under state law. We have to prosecute under municipal code. This is an offense that is not currently in the code, and it's exactly what it sounds like. It is a prohibition on making or possessing motor vehicle theft tools. The ordinance itself just has a reference to that RCW, so that you understand sort of what it is. It states that any person who makes or mends or causes to be made or mended, uses or has in their possession any motor vehicle theft tool that is adapted, designed, or commonly used for the commission of motor vehicle theft or under circumstances evincing an intent to use or employ. And it keeps going and going. Is guilty of having or making or having motor vehicle thefts. That's RCW 9A56063. And this is a gross misdemeanor, and adopting this ordinance would allow our city prosecutors to charge this offense.
Excellent, thank you. And did this go through public safety? Fair enough.
This did go through public safety with, it's an update to the RCW, yeah.
Excellent. All right. Any comments or questions from anyone else on council? Younger? Perfect. Nope. I have no questions myself. Seems like a routine update. Great to get on our code so we can make use of it. All right. Unless there's any objection, this will go on consent agenda for next meeting. All right. Thank you. Next up, we have our big item of the evening. We have item A5, ordinance to amend BMC chapter 9.32 entitled, quote, unauthorized camping, unquote. And talking with Attorney Finnell, I'm gonna give a quick overview of this item, kind of where we've come from and where we're at today, and kind of our goals for this evening. So quick recap for everybody. The current ordinance, Bremerton Municipal Code 9.32, titled unauthorized camping, has been on the books since 2004. And it basically says that no camping is allowed in the city at any time in any place. The Ninth Circuit Court has ruled recently that such ordinances cannot be enforced when there's not enough shelter space. And so we also need to update our ordinance to be in compliance with these Ninth Circuit Court rulings. The City Council made it a priority at the start of this year to craft a new ordinance, or at least update this one. And we've been working on it since June. In our initial meetings after hearing from the public, there was a majority of council in support of carving out some areas that would be able to be enforced at all times, regardless of shelter space availability, and also to be in compliant with the courts, some spaces that would not be enforced when shelter space was not available. When shelter space was available, the ordinance could be enforced citywide. A reminder that at the moment, because there is not any available shelter space, the city is unable to enforce it at the moment. So all the public areas, most of the public areas that we've been talking about, including in some of the maps from last week, the green areas, including planter strips and city right of way, somebody could be camping right there right now at this moment, and there's no enforcement mechanism right at this moment. So after several meetings based on the public feedback, council arrived at a draft. That's what's in our packet. It was in the packet last week, and the draft has, I'd say, two main components. And again, when I'm finished here, I'll defer to Attorney Finnell to correct if I got anything misstated. But the two main components of the draft is that first, defines available shelter space as public or private shelter, transitional housing, or a permitted outdoor encampment located in either the city or in Kitsap County if free transportation is available. The other main component is that it would prohibit camping at all times in streets, sidewalks, and the places in between, in public buildings like parking garages, police and fire stations, the senior center, et cetera, and city parks at night, and in other city-owned locations normally off limits to the public with no trespassing signs like culverts in the watershed. And so simply taking the list of all public and city-owned property and subtracting out those items I just mentioned, what that leaves us with is the map of properties that was distributed a week ago that we and the public got for the first time to look at our meeting on September 6th, and we've now had about a week to review. Kind of a reminder to everybody, this ordinance is just regarding the enforcement clause. It defines the conditions under which camping can be enforced and where. But I want to make clear that it doesn't establish any regulated encampment. It doesn't allocate funding. It doesn't create partnerships with the county or states or other nonprofits. That is all out of the scope of this agenda item and updating this ordinance. I want to recognize there's been a lot of great ideas generated in discussion between the council, from the public, on all sorts of ways that the city could create shelter space, provide resources, work with organizations. And those are all great suggestions. But again, that all falls on the mayor's purview to accomplish. Our scope of work right here is just to focus on when, where, and under what conditions camping can be enforced and the penalty for violations. So tonight, as a council, we have a few decisions to make, and I've kind of come up with the ones I can think of. One option is we move forward with exactly the draft ordinance that's in our packet for next week. Another option is that we can, now that we've had some time to get public feedback and look at the list of these properties, we could stare at the list and basically remove some that we have concerns about. We couldn't remove all of them because we need some sort of minimum acreage to satisfy the Ninth Circuit Court, but we could start picking and removing properties that we know are not places that we want on there. We could also revisit some previous options. One of those options we discussed was a simple phrasing that the ordinance is only enforced when there's shelter space available, and there's no sort of carve-outs for times or places. We could go back to revisiting time-based restrictions of certain areas okay during the day, certain areas okay at night. 500,000 feet from schools, community centers. We discussed all those. And there's one new option. In a minute, I'll turn it over to Attorney Finnell. Looking at Eugene, the city of Eugene had an interesting ordinance regarding planting strips that she'll mention. So we kind of want to decide how to move forward with that. At the same time, we also have two proposals from the mayor. So the first proposal from the mayor came in right before our September 6th meeting, and it was a request to change the enforcement clause that's been in the ordinance since 2004 to make penalty just be a straight misdemeanor instead of the monetary infractions, which eventually would result in a misdemeanor. The second suggestion by the mayor came in, I think it was just about 2 hours ago by email. This was a suggestion to change the language regarding available shelter space, updating that 2004 language, using some other cities as examples. And one such clause I pulled out that was pretty common to all of them from the mayor's email was, quote, if the person is unable to utilize if the person is unable to utilize an available overnight shelter due to voluntary actions such as intoxication, drug use, unruly or assaultive behavior, or violation of shelter rules, the overnight shelter space shall still be considered available for the purpose of this section. So again, the mayor's two suggestions and how we want to move forward on what we currently have available. So with that, I'll hand it over to Attorney Finnell to talk about the Eugene planning strip ordinance, to put that on the table. And then I figure we can do a round of general thoughts and comments and then focus on specifically a path forward and the mayor's suggestions. So Attorney Finnell, floor is yours.
Sure, thank you. So the approach that was taken by Eugene is not something that would be done with the approach that the council has on the table right now in the packet. It's just another option, and it is an amendment to the code involving sidewalks. One of the concerns that has been expressed is the situation on, is that better? One of the concerns has been the situation where a person is camping in a planter strip in front of someone's home, and what can the council do about that situation? The city of Eugene passed a code that amended their sidewalk code. And we have a similar code. It's the code that I think some of you are familiar with, where it makes the property owner that abuts the sidewalk responsible for maintenance of the planting strip. And it says that if that person is responsible for that planting strip, they also have the ability to trespass people from that planting strip. So with that responsibility comes a right to trespass. Our current code on sidewalk frontage, it's in chapter BMC 11.08. And that would be the code that would need to be amended to match up what Eugene is doing. But like I said, that's a different direction than what the council's been doing. I think it would need more exploration. Eugene's Public Works Department brought that forward because it was seen as a regulation of the right of way. I think we'd certainly want to give the administration chance to weigh in if the council went in that direction and wanted that proposal, but it's just something to consider. But our sidewalk code, it actually does, it actually has more increased penalties on the property owner than what our current camping code would have against anyone camping. It makes violation of our sidewalk code. If you don't maintain that plantings area, you're subject to a monetary penalty. And in addition, or as an alternative, you'd be guilty of a misdemeanor. So that's the Eugene code. And they, like I said, they did it as an amendment to the sidewalk code, which then tied into the trespass.
Well, thank you for summing up that that option. So council, open the floor to anyone who wants to speak. Yeah, Brian, take it away.
There are a few different buckets here that we're being asked to look at. And is the police chief here or any representative
Yes.
from the, oh, he's hiding in the back. He's hiding in the back. Chief Wolf, I need you. We need you. We've had discussions around enforcement, and some of the changes that are being suggested, I think have ties to that. And I just really, I need some, and I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody else here. I need some reassurance that this, taking away the warnings before the misdemeanor, and then removing the definition of available shelter space, that description of a homeless person who cannot get into a shelter for whatever reason, whether it's their behavior or not. But so I had questions about the enforcement of this ordinance from the very beginning. And we never really talked about that at our public safety committee meeting. It was talked about in study session. And I at least relied on Kylie, City Attorney Fennell, and I discovered recently that I had a different definition of enforcement, that it wasn't just whether something's constitutional, it's whether your department can enforce it, and what kind of a priority can it make of it, right? And this was at the same meeting that we discussed, the failure of the levy and the fact that our police and fire aren't getting more funding in that area. So I'm asking you, Chief, are these recommendations that are coming through our mayor, are these copacetic with the BPD? Is this something you can work with? Am I getting the A-OK? It seemed like it came from law enforcement, which I welcome. I welcome it. It's a little late, but I welcome it.
The microphone. There we go.
Oh, it's already on. Okay.
I'm dyslexic. To answer your question, it evolved out of a question I asked, and it was to
Just a little closer to the mic. Chief. Thank you.
it was
They're tricky.
it was to ask what the expectations of the ordinance were. The ordinance that I finally got to see with the 3 citations and then on a 4th contact would be a misdemeanor. If the expectation was, and this was just coming out of a PAC meeting where quite a few people expressed that they were not okay with MLK and they wanted that cleared. And I think the expectation was that the ordinance would clear MLK overnight. So my question was, is that the council's expectation of the enforcement part of that? What it would look like is 3 citations before they're adjudicated. They'd have to be adjudicated, is my understanding. And then on the 4th contact, that would be something you could arrest for misdemeanor. So what that would look like in real time is it could be 2 or 3 months before that happened. And then on the 4th one, then you take action. That would not create the change I think people were looking for. So, that was my question is what's if the expectation is leave them in place, give them lots and lots of time and go down there. The other question I had was, the Washington State Legislature in the last 3 years have signaled that we don't want law enforcement doing lots of contacts on small things. So this would require us 4 contacts, 4 negative contacts with a group of people. Some of them have behavioral health issues. Some of them have severe drug issues. And those contacts are not warm and fuzzy always. So that's now putting a department that is really stretched right now to ask us to do that 4 times over time. I don't know as though that's realistic. So if the expectation was that, because, and again, I think people have in their mind, when I hear certain people talk, it reminds me of the videos of the 1930s when they'd go into the Hoovervilles with clubs and beat the homeless people. That's not what we're going to do. Most of the time, on just about every law that we enforce, we actually get compliance. And we spend a lot of time talking to people. We work hard to get compliance. There is a minority of people, 10% or so, that just won't get with the program. So that's when you need to have, the carrot didn't work, so now you go to the stick. And you need something meaningful. So when we have a solution for people, we have a place for them to go. And now it's time for them to go, to then issue them a $25 ticket 3 times for 3. That's not going to cause that. So you need, if the expectation is to move them and get affect change there, then you need some teeth in the law. So does that answer that portion of it?
It does, Chief.
And then
It's understandable.
as to, I agree also with, I wasn't aware of the person causing trouble, but if we're providing shelter and shelter is available to people, again, law enforcement, we don't come across people that want shelter. We don't come across that are cooperative and, we'll find mom in the car that just found herself in a bad spot and we'll say, hey, this isn't a safe place for you. We'll get her and her kids somewhere safe. We have navigators to help them find resources and stuff. The people that we deal with are people that are outside of, they don't want to, and a lot of them want to do certain things. They don't want to abide by any rules, any shelter rules, anything. And if we have shelter available and those people just want to be disruptive and cause problems, then we should still probably be able to move them along. Why are we, what does that person's rights supersede the rights of the person to peace in their home on that street? So that it's a balancing act there that we're trying to achieve.
I recall days in the domestic violence arena when advocates were first starting to work with law enforcement. And it was a coming together of 2 very different perspectives, right? And yet, over the years, it really worked and it really affected some positive change within that issue. And what I've been encouraging myself to do and what I want to encourage us all to do is balance it all. Really try to balance the needs of our community in the different segments the best that we can. And as chair of the Public Safety Committee, in looking back, boy, I wish that we had been able to talk this all through more, with you or with your representative, because I remember talking about the definition and talking about the warnings and yet, as someone who has worked closely with law enforcement for many years as an advocate, not a cop, I value your perspective tremendously on what the realities are. And the realities are that we're having things happen on our streets that are absolutely unacceptable. And it's impacting our families, it's impacting children, it's impacting the individuals themselves. We're trying to figure this out. We really are, and we're grappling with it, and it's tough work. I would like to make a suggestion. I know other people have stuff to say about this. When we were talking about identifying the process tonight and identifying you used the word remove, President Coughlin, and I really don't want to have to go through every one. And I would rather, I think it was Anna who first recommended the Oyster Bay property. And that's the one that rises to the top in discussions I have with a lot of different people who know about this stuff, So I'm just questioning that because I like to streamline processes whenever I possibly can. And the only other thing I have to say is let's get public relations in our workings a little bit better. I think that bringing the map in, I know why. I know the come from, but bringing the map in when we hadn't even, it was like passed out, really inflamed this community. And there wasn't adequate preparation as far as I'm concerned of the community or even of the council for this. And I want our community's energy used in impactful ways, not wasteful ways, not getting a community sure that we're going to vote, that this thing is going to go right in their cul-de-sac. And we were sitting there going, what? No, we just got it. We're just talking about this. But when it comes into public record like that, of course, the Kitsap Sun is going to pick it up. And I think that's unfortunate. I believe in full transparency. I really, really do. But we need to frame the message, man, because we tweaked a lot of people. We triggered a lot of fear. And maybe that's a good thing. But I just don't like to see wasted energy. I really don't. And I would much rather use that community energy for good. That's all I got to say.
We'll go Chamberlain, then Dennehy.
I got some things to say. Big surprise. I've got some things to ask first. Okay. So we can't talk about the language really without discussing the properties. They're intermixed. We can't really separate them in a very compartmentalized way. So, I mean, like theoretically, we approve the language recommended by the mayor. What's going to happen 15 days after September 20th? Actually, let's go back. September 20th, theoretically, we pass an ordinance with language, not even doing anything with the properties, because that's a whole nother ballgame. It's a whole nother study session, in my opinion. But let's say we don't do anything. The green stays green. What happens in the 15 days after September 20th vote? And then what happens at day 16? That's probably a question for both Attorney Fennell and probably Chief Wolf might also have some insight as to the education piece that he discussed with me before.
Sure. So, and this goes to Councilmember Fry's question that you emailed, and I was going to answer it when we got here about what happens with outreach to property owners for passage of an ordinance like this. And there's no requirement in any RCW or in our code that there be notice given to particular property owners. So it would go through the normal process of an update to our code, similar to the other ordinance that we just talked about, the burglary tools. It'd be, a summary would be published in the Kitsap Sun, and then after publication, it would become effective after 10 days. And so there's no other requirements for additional outreach. Now, that doesn't mean that the administration might not take additional outreach. And that was, like what you said, that would be Chief Wolf's, as far as like what type of outreach would be done before it.
And that's,
implementation.
and my understanding in talking with you about an ordinance, right, it takes 10 to 15 days.
Sure,
Depending
so-
on business days. Is that the
Sure.
difference?
So it's usually the following Monday that our ordinances are actually published in the Sun. So if you passed it on a
On a
Wednesday, it sometimes can be published on a Friday, but it's usually the following Monday. And then it's 10
Okay.
days after that.
Would the Kitsap Sun get it right? Oh, whoops. So my next question would be for Chief Wolf. Can you tell us about what the education looks like? And then what happens at day 16, day, whatever it is, that it officially becomes an ordinance? Where do those people go? So education, and then where do people go if we pass this on the 20th?
As far as the lead up to it, I would definitely be spending a lot of time educating people. We'd be working with them. We do as much as we can now with the resources we have, but I think we would saturate that area several times. We would pull together teams of navigators and I'm just used to yelling, so
Me too.
we'd use our navigator. We'd ask the real team to help, and we'd be educating people. I think for the most part, we'll get compliance from, I'm hoping, most people. I think we have a subset that we haven't seen down here before that have come to us from wherever they've come from. Some of them enjoy the safety of Bremerton as opposed to where they came from.
Can I ask just
Yeah.
briefly, what does compliance mean? Where do they go if you get compliance for moving off of MLK or Broadway, for instance, which I know is the goal? We know those are the target areas. When you say compliance, where do those people go?
They can go anywhere they want.
Okay, they can go anywhere they want. Green, red, like if we have a map and we publish all these properties, are you gonna tell them to go to, are you gonna have a map ready and tell them to go to one of these properties?
If there's a map published that says this is where you can camp legally, then yeah, we would pass that out.
I
Okay.
can jump in also, Counselor
Mayor.
and Chief. And I'll be joining the chief with the initial outreach education, real team, case managers. There's more than just handing them a map and then the real team telling them where to go versus an officer. There's the deep case management. There's the it's really almost diving in and trying to learn about individuals, get a little bit of some background. How did they end up on our street? And is there, and this is just one example, is there a way to build a bridge back to and maybe repair what happened at a certain point? It could have been a family member, a roommate, who knows what might have happened. And this is beyond this is why we bring in experts in this field to do that type of work. And so there'll be a housing specialist down there. There's some folks who may qualify. If there's a veteran, I could probably get him a home in 2 days. So just learning about who's out there, that's going to be the case managers, real team navigators.
And that's the hope, is that you can find homes or find a place to put folks, but there's not going to be places you can put all those folks. We know that realistically. That's just reality. Some folks are gonna scatter, right? They're gonna scatter away. They're gonna go to potentially the green areas. Whatever we publish, whatever we decide. To me, it just feels a little premature for us to even begin talking about properties. But let's say, for instance, we have a vote on an ordinance on October 11th instead of September 20th. 10 to 15 days later, what happens? The shelters open up November 1st. And it gives us time to have an in-depth discussion and receive more public comment from our constituents. And let me tell you, how many of y'all are in my district? Yeah, there's a few of y'all. I got to meet a bunch of people.
You're looking at comments to me, not talking.
Sorry. Oh, by the way, I'm not going to mention there's still cookies in the back for people too. So I got to meet a bunch of my constituents, and they have some very strong opinions. And there were some divergent opinions too that I heard about later that were afraid to speak up at a public meeting, and some that were very brave and divergent thinking that were able to speak up. But I want more feedback. I want more feedback from more than just my constituents. I want to hear what all of y'all's constituents have to say about the green zones. And that's going to take longer than a week as far as I'm concerned. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Any? Yeah, there's a
Just to-
question. or
just to
comment. Is that okay,
clarify,
Chairman? Yeah.
You know, what we're seeking is what are your expectations? You know, as the council, you represent the city, you represent your constituents, you hear from them. You know,
I'm gonna-
my expectation is that communicate to us what your expectations are on how we go forward with this. If your expectation is for the police department to solve this problem, to have the answers of where to put people, I do not have those answers. I won't have those answers. Our hands are pretty full dealing with crime issues in the city of Bremerton. If the police department is the solution to a homeless problem, then you do not have a solution. So I don't hear anyone in the administration or the council saying that that's the solution to this. And so I don't want anyone to hear that. I think people feel that that's what everybody wants to do. That is not what we want to do. And we can operate, the police department operates within the law. And those are the tools we have to work with. We don't have the resources. We don't have lots of behavioral health people out here helping us. We don't have beds for drug addicted people. You know, so the tool we end up using is an arrest. And we hope the judges then can find them a place that to stop those negative patterns. So it's going to take all of us to fix this.
Give you the chance if you wanted to respond at the floor.
Oh, thank you. And I do appreciate that you don't, just that you're saying you don't want to be the solution alone, right? And I think that we need to honor that. I think what's unclear to me is actually the continuums of care that are going to be used to rehome, relocate folks. That's unclear to me. Because these folks are still somebody, and they deserve dignity. They deserve a chance. And some folks are going to take that chance. And they're going to make a better life for themselves if we have the resources for them. And some are going to choose not to. We know this. That's just statistics. So I guess it just feels like the whole thing, and I've said this before, feels like an unfunded mandate, that we have an ordinance that is an unfunded mandate for the police department to try to scramble together and use whatever resources they can come up with to make it work. And we haven't allocated a budget with this. We haven't learned what the continuum of care is going to be. I've just heard about the real team. I would like to know, I mean, I know each case is individual and specific, but I would like to know how these folks are going to be rehomed.
And I'm going to really tough to disentangle the provision of resources versus our specific agenda item to update this ordinance regarding enforcement. But I want to try and stick us on that path. But with that, I could hold off, Mayor. That's okay. Let's go at Dennehy, then Mockler.
Mayor, I'll cede some time to you in a minute. So I want to frame this really appropriately in a way that humanizes the people that we're talking about. This is not an individual failing. This is a societal failing. I just got back from Japan with my husband. We spent a couple weeks, Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka. Tokyo is the largest city in the world, 40 million people. Nobody chains up their bikes there. We did not see one homeless person. That's because that country invested in education, it's invested in healthcare, it's invested in its people. So when we talk about this, these are our neighbors, these are our community members, these are people. They are sons, daughters, nephews, nieces, parents, a lot of parents, trying to make it in a country that has left them behind due to corporate greed, due to de-investment in social structures, and due to 62 billionaires that own the same amount of wealth as 3.5 billion people in the world. So I want to just frame it from that perspective, that we're talking about people. The next part I want to talk about is a framing of what is going on, because I keep hearing council members fight the hypothetical. The Ninth Circuit, which controls laws in this district, along with Montana, Idaho, California, Nevada, other states, Alaska, Hawaii, stated that the Eighth Amendment finds it cruel and unusual punishment to criminalize being poor in this country. Think back to Dickensian 1800s England with poorhouses. That's what a lot of states do. I lived in Louisiana. If there was somebody that was poor out on the street, they would charge them with loitering, and they would charge them with loitering again, and they would charge them with basically being poor, to the point where the prisons down there, the most populated prisons in the country, are full of mostly Black and brown people that have been disenfranchised economically. So we really need to think about this in a very large, holistic way. That being said, the Ninth Circuit has said, if you don't have enough shelters beds for people, it is unconstitutional to remove them, to arrest them, to give them a misdemeanor. You can no longer do that. That's why we have to rewrite this ordinance. We can no longer enforce that. If we enforce that, the city faces liability. An attorney like myself will jump on that in a second, sue the city, and it'll be taxpayer money that goes to that attorney and to those other aspects of it. So we have to fix this. That's the bottom line. We as council were lobbied by people on MLK, where homeless people have been congregating, because that's where the shelter was. That's where Salvation Army was before it closed. That's where Peninsula Community Health is. That's where a lot of resources are. They've created an encampment there because they have nowhere else to go. That obviously creates problems for people with private property rights, people living there. There's a lot of concerns about devaluation of property, about people defecating and urinating, about some things that people bring into the encampments because they have no hope. So much drug use is tied to having absolutely zero hope in this country of being able to have a better day in the next day. Both of these interests are valid. Making sure that we're taking care of our citizens in a way that allows them a modicum of dignity and a shelter over their head, versus making sure communities are orderly and crime is reduced, and a lot of things that go on with homeless encampments aren't taking place. And so now, Chief Wolf is correct. This is a decision of the political body, council, in conjunction with the mayor, to determine the best way to do this. And I am so glad that we've received, I think, on my almost 2.5 years on council, the most public comments on any issue that I've seen, and the most people attending. Due to the Open Public Meetings Act, it's working. You receive the documents when we receive the documents, so that this is transparent. We as a council shouldn't be getting documents that the public is not seeing right away. So this is working. The public engagement is working, and we see you and we hear you. And we are going to do our absolute best to make the right decision on this. And I encourage you to continue to write to us. I encourage you to meet with us. I encourage you to really think
Yep.
through this
Yeah.
issue.
Councilmember Denny, sorry to
Sorry, okay,
Yeah.
so
direct comments to me. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Council President, my first question is actually going to be directed towards Chief Wolf. The misdemeanor adjudication. So is it my understanding, because there's a lot of lay people in the here, we would need to have a conviction, like a strict liability traffic ticket 3 times in a row, then to have a misdemeanor charge the way that we're currently writing it. We would have to wait for the court to adjudicate. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. I think everybody's here to talk about where, because these are our options. We can have no ordinance, and those without shelter can go anywhere that there is public property, as long as shelter beds don't exist and we can't enforce, otherwise it's unconstitutional. Or as a city council who decides how to manage public property, we can choose the best way to provide services to these folks and to determine where we are containing encampments, basically. The main thing, I'm just going to get right to the punch. The main thing that I'm concerned about is the ability for folks to have services, the ability for people to live with dignity, and the ability for continuity if shelter beds come available. Pendleton Place, the hotel right now that is being used as a shelter, I'm blanking on the name, Quality Inn, grocery stores such as Winco, restaurants, fast food restaurants where low-skilled employees might be able to apply and get jobs and walk to their jobs if they are unable to provide themselves transportation. The ability to get a bus if they need to go to Seattle, if they need to go to a healthcare provider. I think this all points to the Oyster Bay parcel. I want to hear community input about it. I think in an earlier study session, I thought I made the statement that it's imperative that we delay enforcement so that there is an education campaign, so that, you know, we wait until we enforce this, until the Salvation Army opens up again, so we are displacing as few people as possible. I think those are my 2 main pitches to City Council and to the community at large, and I would like to hear feedback on that. With that, I'm going to cede to the mayor because I know that he has something to say, and then I have one final question.
See, I'm gonna back up a little bit. There was a question, and I think I can present a model for what we can do for folks as an example of some type of outreach. We had something called Kitsap Connect. So this is something you council invest in, and I ask for you to do this every year, and you provide funds. And so we support that program. It closed, but I was able to restart it with support from the Peninsula Community Health Services. It's called the Stand By Me program. There are multiple diverse services in this team, with this team. That's the model that we can use. We can expand it to go out into the community and do this initial outreach, provide options for folks. So, you know, I don't, you know, and I think, and I respect some of the diverse opinions here, but we can provide options. We can show a path forward. And this is what this team does. You invest in it every year. I'm asking for it again. And so let's just research that model.
And thank you, Mayor. My final question is to City Attorney Thanol. I very much value your advice on a myriad points. The enforcement mechanism is the one that I'm wavering on when I cast my vote. I do think it's cruel to criminalize being poor. However, I understand the practicalities that Chief Wolf is bringing in, and the mayor's suggestion of going straight to a misdemeanor. Knowing litigation and legal processes, can you give me a time frame of how long it would take to actually enforce the moving of somebody from property that we deem no longer available for camping. And the actual likelihood of being able to track that individual down after 3 citations and 3 adjudications and then actual enforcement.
Sure. So infractions are going to be processed under court rules that are specific for infractions. And so those are the ones that most people are actually familiar with. It's the same type of rules that you would see if you get a traffic ticket. You have an opportunity, once it's filed with the court, you can contest the infraction, you can go before a judge, you could ask for a continuance, you could have an entire hearing on whether or not you violated this particular ordinance. If the judge found it committed, that would go on your record as a finding of committed. And so even within that one process, you're looking at least a month, typically. And if not more, given on the circumstances, like, for example, the person asked for more time. The code as it's set out right now, like I said, it does require 3 of those findings of committed before the 4th contact is a misdemeanor. And then, of course, that is the point at which the person would be facing an arrest for violating the offense. So when the chief says it could take several months, it's certainly have no reason to say otherwise. That's about right, at least.
Follow up to that. Again, my area of expertise is civil rights, not criminal law. If an officer doesn't show up to testify to say, yes, I did see this person, I'm going to identify that person, this person was in the zone, in order to be adjudicated, what's the likelihood of a judge being able to say this person?
They can rely on the affidavit of the officer for those, but it's not like some people you might be thinking of the trick of requesting the speed measuring device expert. That used to be the way that some people would get out of traffic tickets. That wouldn't be the case here. So the court could rely on sworn testimony for that purpose. But another consideration is that it does make the criminal prosecution, once you finally get to that point, having predicate offenses does open up each of those to potential attack by a public defender if there was some sort of irregularity in how those are obtained, or if the person, perhaps if they did something to get a deferred finding, then they would fell off the record, then they wouldn't be able to be used as predicates. So it does make it more complicated for the prosecution. However, that said, they're both enforceable. I mean, they're from the standpoint of being constitutional. It was actually Grants Pass had a similar enforcement scheme that the court looked at. There was nothing particularly wrong with that. It's constitutional either way.
Okay, so this is one of my considerations, council, is especially because the voters recently rejected a levy to increase police officers and EMTs, is that the burden of not only just testifying in these things and facing the attacks of defense attorney, but writing solid affidavits, writing solid statements, that's something that takes time. And as we've heard from Police Chief Wolf over and over and over, it makes sense. The police, 10 officers down from what we really need is going to triage and prioritize violent crime, other things like that, as they should. So my mind is being swayed, and I'm tending to agree with the mayor's proposal. Thank you.
Next up, Muckler.
Thank you, President Coughlin. Chief, it's really a pleasure to see you. We have missed you at every single one of these discussions we've been having since June. Quinn, welcome back. I hope you had a great vacation over the past few weeks. On August 23rd, all of us on council were really psyched because we had August 30th off. But something we made sure to do before we left was to pull together various things, that we had been talking about since June. One thing, Councilor Fry originated this, which was to imitate the Lakewood ordinance and set aside 1% of the general fund to fund the installation, maintenance of a place for people to go. Where, yeah, just the vision that I think we were slowly working towards was that we would have an urban rest stop. It would have toilets, showers, laundry, storage for personal possessions, which I know Councilor Younger was very concerned about, and quite rightly so. I said, wouldn't it be great if we could use our security guards that are patrolling parking garages to sort of supervise this site, as well as having KCR, KMH. I'm coming to a conclusion really quick. And other organizations. Counselor Vice President Chamberlain said, well, they're not trained in conflict resolution, sympathetic mobilization, and de-escalation. But it turns out they are. So we have all of the elements, and with the work that the audit committee had been doing since February, we had a parcel list. Our understanding on August 23rd was that that parcel list would come to us, not in a secret way, but for us to say, okay, which of these parcels is going to work for this purpose? Vice President Chamberlain very intelligently informed us that we might well have to have more than one, since people might have restraining orders. These are all the things that we were expecting to be doing on September 6th.
Member Mockler, I'm gonna,
Almost done.
actually, I'm gonna rule that's out of order because you're speaking for the council and that's not correct.
Fair enough. Okay, that was my understanding. Is that fair enough?
Fair enough.
At this point, council can allocate funds and council can pass ordinances. I am also, based on Chief Wolf's testimony, in favor of the mayor's amendment. I would like to include the 1% for the general fund. I think that since we have 1.75 staffers and the mayor has 438, that we should complete this ordinance and give it to the mayor to execute. That's my.
Feel the need to jump in and remind we cannot allocate money as part of this ordinance. So that is not the scope of this ordinance. All right. Does anyone else want the? Sure.
So the Lakewood ordinance on which this is based allocated 1% of the general
Attorney
fund.
Fennell, can you clarify?
Yeah. So Lakewood had already done that in their budget. And so they were doing a whereas as to what they had already done.
And point of clarification, again, it's not that we can't, it's that we as a council have decided to wait till the budget process. Is that correct?
I think that under the rules regarding one subject matter, I think that a budget allocation to this specific purpose would need to be handled through the budget process. And then you could reference it as something that you're doing, but I don't think that just throwing it in there on the whereas section is going to do that.
Thank you. I mean, I was thinking and in the ordinance itself, but the one subject rule, that's okay. Thanks so much.
All right, well, let's go to Councilmember Younger.
Thank you. So I want to focus on the ordinance on hand and fixing what we have based on the public testimony and all the letters that have been written. And also the mayor's amendments. He has two that he's proposed, and so let's discuss both. The first one, after hearing from Chief Wolf, I tend to agree with him. We can't pass an ordinance when the administration, especially the chief of police, is indicating it's not likely to be effective. And our intent is to give immediate relief. My intent with passage of whatever ordinance is to give immediate relief to those people that have been experiencing the homeless at their front step currently, i.e. MLK Way and Broadway. Nevertheless, we have all these letters saying that, well, fine, but don't do the harm by just moving them to these 20 or so locations. Although clearly that's not the intent. The intent, as Councilmember Mockler said, was that we'd have a designated camping site. So the first thing is, and I tend to agree with the chief based on the drug law that wasn't enforced, that was thrown out by the courts a couple of years ago on the possession, and required the police to do the onerous task of notifying the person with possession of drugs 3 times before they could actually do something. And this is very similar to what the current proposed ordinance is right now. So I'm going with the chief and the mayor on that one. That makes sense. I have no intention of passing an ordinance that I've been told is going to not be effective from the onset. The second one, where the mayor wants to adopt similar language that all the other municipalities, and I believe the county has, amending the definition of available space to the effect saying that if someone is disruptive and has been trespassed, if you will, or under the influence, and would disrupt the others at the shelter area, is considered to have that shelter available, but through their own actions, it's not. What apparently the attorneys, Attorney Fennell, believe that that's constitutional. In other words, because let's say that they're so belligerent that they won't be accepted at a shelter, and in effect have nowhere to go, at least in this county. If the county and the other cities enforce their rules already on the books, is that constitutional? They have nowhere to go.
Yeah, so the key word in the provision that the other cities have adopted is voluntary conduct. And so
Okay.
if a person's voluntary conduct has resulted in them being trespassed from the available shelter, then the city having, provided that shelter is sufficient for enforcement. So that's how they address that.
So is being on, if the behavior is enticed or brought on by being on controlled substances, is that voluntary conduct?
Well, like it for the purpose of, yes, I mean, for the purposes
Okay.
of, let's say, like driving under the influence.
Yeah,
It's
that's what I was
not
thinking.
a defense that the person is an alcoholic.
Okay. All right. So I'm not as strongly in favor as for that as I am for the first one. Definitely make it a misdemeanor. I assume the police are going to say, hey, you need to move to an area where camping is authorized, and give them that verbal warning before they're arrested. I believe the police will do that. The second one I got to think about, and I'd like to hear some more comment from my fellow council members before I weigh in on that, and also from the public, because that's an interesting one. I'm not for or against that one. I need to think that one over a little more. We just got that proposal a couple hours ago. The other thing is, we mentioned, Council President Coughlin mentioned, well, maybe we could tear down the properties, or that is an option. And I don't, at this point, want to pick winners or losers. I don't want to look at the list of properties and take certain ones off the list. That's going to invite complete chaos tonight if we did that. I think overall I'm seeing heads nod. So I'm more of the opinion that we need to go with what we originally intended to do, which was have a designated camping space. The whole reason to have the other properties was to have a relief valve that would never be used, in my opinion, because you have to have something on the books, and we wanted to afford the utmost protection for the property owners adjacent to the right-of-way and to parks and to city-owned buildings. But in retrospect, that's picking winners or losers too. So how about this? I want to pass an ordinance, whether we want to delay it for until the Salvation Army has their shelter opening in November. That might be a good idea. We could pass an ordinance. We can either wait on it and get more input, or we could pass it and we can move the effective date to the ordinance to an appropriate date so that can happen. But I would propose to make it a misdemeanor. So add that language in. And keep the language about a designated camping site in there on the definition of shelter, so we don't have to change that. And I want the administration to pick an area that can be used as a camping space. Also, let's think outside the box. It doesn't have to be, because there's been lots of complaints that, hey, look, these properties, most of them aren't suitable. I agree, whether it's topography or size. But if the administration looks at the list and says none of the currently city-owned property is suitable, and by the way, I would like it to be improved, definitely. I definitely would like it to have porta potties and some type of running water if possible. But if for whatever reason that can't be done as far as any improvements, designate a camping space. And if you don't, well, then all public property is open to camping. So this is falls squarely on the administration to designate some space, or the political turmoil will be incredible. So the other thing is, I mentioned, think outside the box. If we don't have suitable property within the city's own inventory, nothing prevents us from renting a flat lot someplace that is best suited to have minimal impact on the community. And it does not necessarily have to be, according to our definitions, within the city limits, just within the Kitsap County. And if it's outside the city limits, I believe under the definition, there needs to be transportation to that camping spot. So keep the ordinance as is, strike the protective language for parks right away. So basically the ordinance is unenforceable if there is no designated unsheltered space, and make sure we have that language in there that we already have for a designated camping spot. The mayor's got to find a suitable location based on the current city properties, and or rent a more suitable spot.
Thank you, Coughlin. So, I feel like this is the how do you eat an elephant thing, because I feel like we're trying to tackle all these issues at the same time. And if we, and I do agree with a lot of what Council Member Younger just said, is the idea of some designated space. But what happens if those designated spaces hit capacity? Again, it's gonna need to flow out. Although I sympathize with most of the folks that have we've heard from, all these green and red areas have been considered public property. So we're looking for ways to give some structure somewhere. All right, I got a whole bunch of crazy notes here. So I guess one thing is, we talked about some different ways to regulate this from the very beginning, and we kind of settled on areas, I guess. But do we want to revisit anything else now that we know? Well, it was a theoretical question. But thanks for your answer. Meaning that we didn't ask for a map of where camping could be. We asked for the data, and it was presented as a map and reported as a map. And so to me, that's just a piece of data. We look at that map, there's a couple of good places. There's some really ridiculous places. There's some places that just don't seem to fit the community where they'd be put. do we want to look at some sort of time restrictions also? This came from, I've had a lot of conversations lately with this, but kind of thinking that, ideally, homelessness is a temporary state, and we are working to get folks moved on. So maybe some sort of time restriction would be a different thing. Again, maybe we're thinking also worst case here, right? Maybe we fill up, the couple Oyster Bay lots, and then we start renting another lot. Until there has to be, I think Councilmember Younger referred to it sort of as we have to build in a relief valve in the system. And ideally, we stop the problem, but I think that's not going to happen anytime real soon. I think echoing a couple things, I think we need to find something that's effective. So it has to be, effective for everybody, for the folks that live in it, near it, the folks that are visiting it, the folks that are providing services to it. But I also think there's a bit where we have to share responsibility. So if we're going to ask citizens to maybe put up with having something, in their backyards, so to speak, I think it's okay also to ask the folks that were housing to take on some responsibility, whether that's moving to a certain location or having some time restraints or things like that. I think it's about looking at the two ends, right? Where we've heard, in fact, early on, we heard mostly from folks that were really advocates for unhoused folks. And now we're hearing folks that are concerned about their communities and where they live and the way they live. So but we have to move. We have to move on both sides. We can't expect everybody to move to one end or to the other. We have to find something and share that responsibility. I like the idea of possibly renting lots if we have to. I kind of want to, can somebody answer the question on, we keep hearing that South Kitsap has these sort of tiny homes, and that's probably an overstatement for what they are, but these temporary shelters, do we know why they haven't done it? And do we know if that could happen here? I'll drive down with a pickup truck and pick some up.
Yeah.
So can anybody? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, they actually disbanded after about 7 years, that effort. They could not find a location. And so they've been donating those shelters. So they're gone. I'm researching next week another type of tiny home shelter at the kit. They're called pallet communities. Go ahead and research them. And I'll find a location for those in the city. So that'll be coming. I'll take into consideration a whole bunch of things. Those have the potential of serving as a meeting that shelter requirement that we're required to have. So yeah, just and the other things about locations, you focused on one, Oyster Bay. There's more than that. So just let us do our due diligence. Let us do our research. I've got the partners in place. We're meeting this week. Multiple things we're moving forward at the same time. And so, but as we move forward, we'll still obviously have to have an ordinance. So, yeah, we'll be communicating on this.
Can somebody tell me what the pallet housing is? I know I've heard a mention of it, but I don't actually know what it is. I could assume.
Do you want to?
Yeah, I know Anna's mentioned it, so she's.
The president is giving me a little treat because he's actually toured them. They are flat pack metal houses, really cabins. They are insulated. They have heat, they have AC, they have smoke detectors. You can have a pet in them. They don't have plumbing, and they go up in about a half an hour.
Right.
And then they will have like 2 or 3 that would go together to form the urban rest stop. That's it.
Thank you. That's way better than the name would make me think. I almost thought of a tent stapled to a pallet. So All right, I think, the last thing I want to kind of keep bringing up, I feel like it's the third time I've asked this question. But the right of way, if somebody has a right of way with a sidewalk on it in front of their house, usually they own the property underneath there and have given the city an easement or a right of way, probably for sidewalks and utilities and transportation, but not for other people to come and stay there. Would that, is that, can you correct anything I said that's untrue?
I think the issue is that it's that usually is what you're talking about. And this is what Eugene ran into when they enacted their particular ordinance with regard to trespass in that area. And that's because the exact nature of a right-of-way dedication is unknown usually to the property owner. And it can really only be determined by researching that right-of-way's history, which means we go back to the original class.
Yeah.
And so it's not, I guess, a determination that can be made by the law enforcement person who's getting the call that it's intent to set up on the planting strip in front of a particular house. It requires, pulling plat maps sometimes from the
Yeah.
1800s.
Council President Coughlin, could I clarify one thing, a comment I made? I want to make sure I was clear.
Councilmember Goodell agrees. So,
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
Thank you, Councilman, are good now. So, just so you know, regardless of the camping ordinance, when it's enacted, in what time, place, and manner you agree upon, I will be working on these housing and shelter options. So that will continue. It's been going on, that will continue. So just, I wanted to be clear on that. Whether you get an ordinance passed
Got
or
it.
not doesn't affect that effort. The only thing the ordinance does is it identifies a part of it as shelter capacity is mentioned in there, which I'll be also trying to meet that requirement. So
Perfect. Thank you for echoing my comments made at the beginning. Appreciate it.
So then
Go
just
ahead.
one last thing is, as I feel like we're moving in a direction here, and so I like this idea, and I think that this could completely go onto administrations, what I'm about to ask for, but like clearly there's going to be a need for portable toilets. And so do you have folks that are working on like how many, like a tent to portable toilet ratio, if we can bring in this, and like, where do we draw the line between providing sort of temporary services or having things constructed? I'd like the idea of a fence for security for the folks in there, but I don't want it to look like a zoo, right?
Reiterate a little bit to reiterate my previous ask of not to, again, really hard to separate the resource provision with this ordinance that we're trying to focus on tonight.
Well,
But-
it seems like the ordinance is being hung up on the nuts and bolts of the solution, because previously I've said that the standing up shelter designated areas have no business in this. But if that's what's going to hold us up, that's why I was bringing it up. Thank you. I have nothing else.
Yeah.
I did just want to point you toward, there is a section of code that the council's already passed that addresses what's required in a temporary encampment in the city, and it addresses all of those things in Title 20. So that was passed in 2019. And so it just gives you an idea of the kind of things that are addressed. And it's fencing and security and water and toilets and the amount of space that's required and that kind of thing.
All right, I'll take my turn real quick here, and then after that, I'm going to see if we have kind of a consensus path forward and see how it goes there. Really glad to see all the engagement, and I just want to say to my council members, I'm really proud of all of your leadership and commitment to tackling this issue as we committed to at the beginning of the year. We haven't shied away from it. It's a tricky issue. It's a hot button topic. It's got a lot of strong feelings. It's nationwide. But again, council, I'm really proud of you. All right. So as far as the enforcement goes, and the mayor's suggestion of misdemeanor, I've got to echo, I wish we had this when we started talking back in June. I wish we had this at the start of the year when we made this a priority, but better late than never to have this suggestion with expertise in administration. In Public Safety Committee, I asked about similar laws and their enforcement mechanisms. And Attorney Finnell, my understanding is that trespassing on private property and some other similar laws are also just straight misdemeanors. Is that correct? And can you give some examples of those similar laws?
Well, sure. I mean, usually anything that's criminal in our code is going to be a misdemeanor, which is punishable by up to 90 days, or a gross misdemeanor, which is punishable by up to 364 days. The ordinance that we just considered regarding theft tools, that's a gross misdemeanor, that's 364 days. Other misdemeanors, stealing a shopping cart is a misdemeanor. The code that we just talked about the sidewalk maintenance, actually not maintaining that planting strip is actually a misdemeanor. I've never seen that charged, but that's what's in the code. And so trespass to private property is a misdemeanor if it's an area that's open to the public. If it's an area that's not open to the public, it's a gross misdemeanor under Crim Trespass 1. And so theft, just general theft, is a gross misdemeanor, 364 days. And so those are just some other examples.
Much appreciated. So knowing that this would, and there, is it right that there's not really other similar laws on our books that have the kind of a 3 strikes monetary penalty that rises to the level of misdemeanor? That's kind of rare.
I would say that is rare. That is not a typical feature of offenses under Title IX. Although it does happen. I don't know how to else explain it. For example, Grants Pass, the city that is at issue in the Ninth Circuit case, they had a similar structure. But yeah.
Okay, thank you. So given that it's in line with other laws, and I say it as a door knocked, really respect our Bremerton Police Department. I think they do an excellent job of enforcing the laws with compassion and with really using all the proper resources at their disposal. So I would also be in favor of making this a just simple misdemeanor and removing the monetary penalty language. As far as the shelter space definition, I'm also supportive of making our code in line with other cities regarding that language of voluntary acts. I really appreciate some of the firsthand testimony we've heard about how, however, that sometimes is not applied fairly. If somebody is unfairly kicked out based on a rumor, something unsubstantiated, it's not like they have a legal process with an individual shelter, a nonprofit, a religious organization to contest that. So my heart really goes out in those circumstances. But I do struggle with having a code that is separate from all the studies in all the other cities in the area, knowing what a regional issue this is. So I would really, again, we can't address it in this ordinance in terms of providing resources, but would encourage administration and regional partners to provide low or no barrier shelters for folks that have or don't fit in with other shelters. If you have a drug addiction and that's a reasonable request of a shelter that you don't do drugs in that shelter, I would ideally hope that there are shelters out there that have low or no barriers, and that there's different tiers so that different folks suffering from different afflictions can get the help they need in the proper places without affecting other folks. All that a long way to say I support that as well. As far as the properties and the picking and choosing, I really do appreciate the comments of how tough that would be. I think it would take some time. I think we could do it looking at certain properties and saying, gosh, that's a 0.01 acre property with hazards on it. That is not suitable. That's a property that doesn't make sense. But we're not going to be able to do that tonight. I do have to see being the District 3 representative, including downtown and the MLK Way area and Marvin Williams, though, I really sympathize with folks that saw this map, got scared. I get it. I do want to make sure folks are aware, though, that for quite a long time now, I mean, especially in the past 6 months, but really years, been getting daily requests from folks who live on MLK, from the Marvin Williams Center, from the surrounding area to do something. Because they have been affected by unregulated encampments. And again, I do want to couch, I speak all this on the enforcement terms that this ordinance covers. And so I'm mostly talking about the folks living nearby, the property owners and the businesses, but that's not to forget the people that are experiencing homelessness and the resources they need. But those folks are also saying, hey, why is this right next to me? Why is this right next to my house? And so that was why I was supportive of trying to find something reasonable, that when there is no shelter space available, there's still relief for the folks that are experiencing the side effects of unregulated encampments, and the council member's point, the really national, regional, and state failure as a society. Specifically, I want to address, like, when this map came out, the Pine Road 40-acre plot that's in the northwest section of the city. I was really shocked to see that was on there. And against a natural consequence, we said, here's all the public space and public properties in the city or at council. And we said, what happens if you remove X, Y, and Z, parks and the right of way and all way, and that's what you get left. Part of that included places that, as mentioned earlier, are normally off limits with no trespassing signs, the watershed, environmentally sensitive areas. And I know we had a conversation early on about explicitly calling out environmentally sensitive areas, because I think we recognize the impacts that unregulated encampments have on environmentally sensitive areas and the importance to keep those pristine. And the reason we didn't include specific language was because many of them or pretty much all of them, we assumed would be included under this provision that spaces that are normally off limits to the public, like the watershed, apply. And so this Pine Road was a shock. So, and it doesn't, for whatever reason. And Attorney Fennell, do you want to, I think you have better information than me on why that particular 40-acre parcel isn't under other protections, or the definition of it as a lot, like the cistern in the middle counts, but not the rest.
Right, it's just the square in the middle is a separate parcel, and so when the Public Works Department was tasked with taking the big list of city properties and removing parks, removing the other protected at all times properties from that list, it was one that didn't fit any other category. It's not a park, it's not a watershed, and the department, this was giving you the data that you'd ask for. It didn't want to editorialize and gave you what was requested. And so that's why it is on there.
Sure. So all that to say, now that we have the list and we're looking at them, I personally would not support that remaining included as an area where enforcement would be suspended. I want to say that out loud. I wouldn't vote for an ordinance where that was a place where enforcement was suspended when there's no shelter space available, because it does not make, it's an area that to me does not make sense. On Oyster Basin, that's been mentioned a couple times. That's the parcel of land kind of just south of the Public Works building. That parcel alone, it's my understanding that it's not really suitable as a loan site. And then I know by the courts, we have to have, right, we have to carve out some place where enforcement is suspended when there's no shelter space, and it has to be some minimum area. We can't say, oh, this 10 by 10 patch of land over here, okay, that's the one space with no enforcement. We need some minimum acreage. It doesn't have to be hundreds of acres, but there's some number in there that would we would hope satisfy the court should we ever be challenged on it. Attorney Fennell, does this parcel alone, is that enough acreage to satisfy?
Well, no, I mean, I would say no. I don't think that it's there's several different conversations going on too, because there's some folks that are talking about establishing a designated camping area, which would fall under the available shelter. That site would need a lot of work. It's not graded for anything right now. And so I don't think by that itself, you couldn't just eliminate everything but that site and, pass the ordinance. I would not recommend the council taking that action.
Perfect, thank you. So yeah, that comes down to the picking and choosing tonight. I don't think we can say, oh, this is the one parcel that's gonna be okay, and we can't say start picking and choosing all of them. Okay, that was kind of my personal comments. So let me take a pause here on the mayor's first suggestion. And this is, it does not sound like we were going to have really a path forward to have a vote next week. I'm going to say that out loud. I'm not hearing that as council president. I know there's shock in the room, but yeah. Well, we'll see. Let
Council
me start with
President,
the mayor's first
before you go
suggestion. Sure.
item by item, can I say one final thing? One final suggestion.
Okay, how about I give everyone a quick round because I want to be fair,
Yep, yep.
and then
I
then I'll
appreciate
try
that.
and go. Yeah, how about we do one more quick round, and then I'm going to go through the kind of two mayor suggestions and then our path forward and see if we can.
I think
Good
the
for
amount of time
tonight.
I talk relative to other council members, thank you for allowing that. And I appreciate the lack of size for most of you. I think what I would like to add to Councilmember Younger's comment is I think we need a confirmation. I appreciate that the mayor is willing to take this up. But I think that's punting it. And I think that the administration can make the recommendation, but just like when we appoint people to commissions or, you know, federal agents, federal executives appoint people to the judiciary, the legislative just is a check to make sure, because that gives power to those people who are represented. And I see a lot of signs in the audience tonight. I know that one of my very active constituents is planning a meeting on Sunday to discuss this with my constituents. The mayor can't be everywhere. And I know at least 3 of our seats are up, right? And there needs to be political consequences to decisions.
No, I appreciate that point of order and no
So-
discussion of elections.
Sorry.
during election season.
So
Thank you.
I think it would be really important to make sure that that's fine that the mayor is the one, because he has the resources to choose these parcels. I would request that council confirms that. I also don't think that Pine Road is a good place for this because it's outside of a lot of resources that are needed. The mayor could choose that, and if we don't have a mechanism to catch that, I think that usurps a lot of our constituents'
I mean,
power.
Chair's prerogative on making clear this ordinance can specify properties where enforcement is suspended. That recommended list of properties or areas could at any time come from the mayor's office for us to consider. Areas, if you're talking, this is where a regulated, permitted site would be. That is outside our scope of this agenda item. Attorney Fennell, just.
So I'm just trying to think of like other
control.
controls that are in place, I guess, for the council to be involved in the process. So real estate purchases have to come to council. Budget authority. I mean, I don't know if anyone's looked at how much a regulated encampment costs, but they exceed the mayor's contracting authority. And so I don't think that's going to be something that you're not involved in. But I'm just trying to think through, like, for this purposes of this ordinance, what that would look like language wise, because this is an ordinance that, I mean, it's in Title IX. It regulates where people can and can't camp. And I feel like that's almost more like a land use or something like, I mean, or control on them. I'm just trying to figure out exactly how that would look.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, have the floor. I'm going to give everyone equal time.
I was just thinking, as far as when we say designated, you know, we are going to ban camping in the city of Bremerton, except for these areas when no shelter beds are available. These areas will be decided by the administration with council approval. That's kind of something I was thinking about.
Okay, so as it's written right now, though, the city designated areas, that's under available shelter space. And so there wouldn't be a need to have language in there that it's enforcement is suspended in a city designated space, because enforcement wouldn't take place there because that would be part of your available shelter.
So even undeveloped public property that can be sheltered.
If it was undeveloped public property that then became a I don't want to misquote. an outdoor encampment operated or permitted by the city, then it comes under available shelter.
Got you. Got it. Thanks.
So,
That makes sense.
and it goes to the county as well. So that definition falls into
Were you next?
one.
Perfect. All right. So Chamberlain, continue second round here.
So Mochler, were you next? I apologize. Okay. So, thank you. President Coughlin, can you, let, Councilman Younger know that I appreciate his suggestions, please?
You could just phrase it as, I appreciate Councilman.
Wow. I was trying to follow the rules.
Yep. Just don't say, it's a good point of education. Our council rules and procedures, don't say, Councilman Younger, man, you're doing great. Okay.
I would love to be able to
Always-
tell Councilman Younger directly that it was a good
And say, I
suggestion.
appreciate the.
Y'all know how I
Councilman
feel
Younger's
about that.
suggestions. Yeah, thank you.
So I'm pretty sure the mayor has a good grasp on how people feel about some areas. I'm pretty sure he took a little less heat, maybe than I did at a certain meeting recently. And frankly, I'm not prepared to have an educated opinion because I'm not an engineer. I'm not a city planner. I rely on those professionals to advise us. Oh, trust the process. Oh, well, then that's been challenged recently, hasn't it? But I certainly don't feel prepared to choose a property. My hope is that all of the folks that work under the administration would have that knowledge because they're the ones that they're the ones that make these decisions. So I definitely concur with Councilor Younger in that regard. Please don't put that on me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, I know, but I also don't really know. We know that I don't know. Y'all know I don't know. My job is to just be a representative, and our jobs as representatives is not to know everything. Our job is to learn along the way, if we can, to come into the role with hopefully with some education and some insight and some intelligence, but mostly we're here to represent our people and what they want. And so in that regard, yeah, please don't keep that giant piece of land on there for unregulated camping because my folks don't want it. Y'all heard loud and clear. I heard loud and clear. And so let's make sure that when we make these decisions that we're giving it to administration with his or future her, who knows, or them, with all of the staffing that they have. I feel like y'all know how I feel about the first suggestion made regarding the infractions. So I'm not even going to address it because I'm probably in the minority. But I do want to kind of echo, and what I had already written down too, echo something that President Coughlin said, which was, we're letting the private entity, the shelter, be the judge and jury for these folks. And I suppose I would have an easier time accepting that language if we had more than one shelter. If, let's say, somebody has a personality conflict with the folks at one shelter, it could just be one person that they have a personality conflict with that night and they're out. And if they had somewhere else to go, I think I would feel okay about this language. But the fact of the matter is we have one shelter and it's not even open right now. It's not going to be open till November 1st. It's not that I don't trust people for the most part there, but what I don't want to do is leave our folks without options. The other thing too is I don't really know how the police are going to go around and check that. Yeah, they can ask Salvation Army, but that's going to be even more points of contact as far as I'm concerned. That, and how do you check if somebody's incontinent and can't go in? Are you going to check somebody's conditions to say, oh, you can't go in because you're incontinent? You have this physical disability that prohibits you from being able to be in this shelter. So that's other points of contact that I don't know that they necessarily want to make either, but, or that they necessarily would, because if you're building the relationships with people, maybe you already know these things. So I guess I'm not really in support of the last language. If we had more shelters, I would be. And I think that's all I'd like to say. So thank you those that had the suggestions. I do want to say, y'all, it takes an hour to walk to Oyster Bay from Salvation Army. It's about 2.7 miles. It also takes 1 hour to walk to that little plot of land. I mean, the large plot of land over in my district. But I feel like either walk is a really long walk. I mean, are we going to ask people to walk to the shelter, find out there's no bed, then walk back to Oyster Bay? Do we have provisions for providing transportation? I guess that's my hesitation with the Oyster Bay property. Thank you.
Thanks. Just kids have access buses, for low income, senior, disabled. Also, that was one of the reasons that, we thought it was best to have sites that were sited on public transit lines because, who knows, someday Sunday transit will come back. That's really about it. Also, one of the things that Attorney Fennell brought up is a lot of these ordinances require the city to pay for transport if public transit isn't readily available. That's it. Oh, wait, I'm supposed to say this. I like the mayor's suggestion because it was approved by Chief Wolf. I have a tough time with the second one because I don't think in fact, I'm certain being mentally ill is not a voluntary action. And for many people, being addicted to intoxicants or opioids is no longer a voluntary action. That's it.
Thank you. Maybe I'll give opportunity to mayor and folks to, if there's anything with statements, but let's finish around this council round. Allow you to all chime in and then we'll draw to a close here. All right. So yes, next up, Fry.
Just a couple of points. We talked about locating it, finding a piece of land possibly that wasn't in the city limits. Just a reminder, if a crime's committed at that camp, that sheriff, isn't it, that would have jurisdiction over that. That would concern me. I think if we're going to be providing this, we need to provide the level of service. And I just believe that the Bremerton Police Department provides a higher level of service than the Sheriff's Department does. Don't ever use that against me, please, Chief, if you're talking to Sheriff Geezy. So that's just a quick clarification of that. And then, I know it's not popular with administration. And yet I did bring up that 0.1%. And I'm just going to say this, regardless of where we talk about it, we communicate our priorities in our budget. A family communicates their priorities through their budget. We all, how we spend our money in this society is how we proclaim our priorities. And I want us to keep that in mind as we go into budget deliberations. There isn't just the funnel of money that we can do, but goodness gracious, if we're at this point in our society, in our city, Mayor, maybe it's something we need to do for a period of time. And so I'll just leave us with that. I know it's a tough sell. But I do believe, and I've created budgets. I've led many nonprofits. I've led, large nonprofits, and I practice what I preach. Any budget I led communicated that organization's values, and we need to do the same as a city. So that's it.
Excellent. Younger.
Okay, real simple. That's what I said before. I want to give the mayor all the tools that he's asking for effectively addressing our current situation. Therefore, I am going to support both his proposals, and I suggest we do so as a council. We can always change it if the second one especially even the first one, has unintended consequences or is problematic. But I want to give him the tools he's asking for. The second thing is, again, I don't want to pick winners or losers. So keep the ordinance as written as far as the definition of shelter spaces, including the camping provision, and remove under unauthorized camping section the part where it says when overnight shelter is not available, camping is only prohibited on these city properties. Just strike that entire thing. This is going to put the pressure off the council. We passed an ordinance. We gave the mayor his tools. Now it is up to the mayor to set up as soon as possible overnight shelter in various forms, working with nonprofits, also as the city setting up a designated camping space or two. Therefore, we will not have unauthorized camping on the rest of our city. We have to do it this way in that none of us has the authority to administer any type of program. It squarely lies under the mayor's shoulders. So I would really prefer that we pass the ordinance as I just described.
Attorney Fennell, can you repeat your understanding of Councilmember Younger's proposal? So make sure that one's clear.
Sure, and we've looked at this one before, actually. This is what is, when we were talking about this back in June, it was the option where the council basically just adopts language below our existing code that suspends enforcement when no shelter space is available. And then we would make the changes to our definition of shelter space, and the changes to the penalty provision. And I actually have those all drafted right now, right here in front of me. And I could do it at different versions if people aren't sure of like where they stand on the penalty provision, or if we know that, or if you're not sure about the addition of the language that came in this afternoon. There could be two versions presented of that. But no, I think I understand Councilmember Younger's. It's basically the same ordinance that we have right now with a different with a definition of available shelter space and a suspension of enforcement if no shelter space is available, and an increased provision on the penalty to remove the predicate infractions.
Thank
I
you.
got it.
Point of information.
Yeah, point of information.
Right, Robert's Rules of Order. That's a thing, yo.
Ask a question for more.
I say, so point of information on that. So does that mean that we are not, because the shelters are not open, that there's no provision to move folks off of MLK or Broadway at this point in time under this language?
Right. Enforcement would be suspended if there's no shelter space available.
Thank you.
Till the shelter. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. I want to make sure, Younger, any other, or make sure you ceded the floor.
Yeah, Attorney Fennell accurately summarized what I was trying to say, but the intent is not to give relief, not give relief to the folks on MLK Way and Broadway. It's to have the mayor set up a camping site as soon as possible so they can have relief.
Okay, no, good to see now. Head shake from good now. Perfect. Okay, so let me go through kind of these three decisions. I'm hearing, I think, a pretty clear majority in favor of the proposal to make it a straight misdemeanor. If there's any objection to that assessment, let me know. Okay. I know the shelter space definition update to include the language regarding quote unquote voluntary behaviors and not being in a shelter because of that. I think I'm hearing a close majority for that, but if we need to take a thumbs up, thumbs down, let me know. But if anyone disagrees with that assessment of it's a majority of council.
And
Yeah.
I can also present it as in two form. I mean, there could be with and without. It's literally like
Yeah, I'm happy with a thumbs up. Okay, so let's just for the record, a thumbs up on supporting the mayor's suggestion from a few hours ago on updating the shelter space definition. The second item, I think everyone knows what I'm talking about. Okay, perfect. So that's, yeah, clear majority on that one as well. Okay. And then as far as all our options tonight went, we are clearly not going forward with what's the draft is for next week. We are not going to be picking properties right now, and it sounds like that's tricky in the future. I'm just checking all the options. There's still the possible planning strip ordinance, but that would require more time and more feedback. But let me stop there and say, if we did that, there would clearly be more time for this. So is council in favor of basically taking, I don't know what it would take, but a couple extra weeks for administration to evaluate the Eugene planning strip ordinance? Possible. Okay. Possibly. I mean, I'm not sure how I feel. I'm going to go sideways on that one too, because yeah.
We could also, if you wanted to, maybe
Parallel.
talk about it more in public safety.
Mm. All right, Michael. For the record, Councilmember Mockler says she's been in Eugene and they have big parking strips. Okay,
Public safety sounds good.
so that's maybe one we could do in parallel. All right, and then we have, just give me 1 second here. I'm also, I just want to get this all for the record. I'm also hearing not a majority of council support to go back and revisit time-based restrictions or X feed from a community center property. All right, seeing that chicks there, perfect. All right, so that leaves us with, I would say the option of, as was just presented, updating the enforcement with the new shelter space provisions and the other two suggestions from the mayor. And as Attorney Fennell just presented, and we could put that on the agenda for next week for a vote. Or we could take more time and evaluate the planning strip ordinance. Or we could put the one next week for a vote and in public safety, discuss the planning strip ordinance and amend the ordinance if that proves to be a viable option. All right, so I'm seeing thumbs up. Let me restate that. We would put, as Attorney Fennell proposed, this is Councilmember Younger proposed, for a vote next week. And at the same time, public safety would continue discussing the Eugene planning strip ordinance, and we could tackle that at a future date.
And I would just be
Yes. thanks for
explaining
clarity.
it at the next meeting. I don't think we're ready to go there yet.
Sorry, you'd be explaining the planning strip ordinance of public safety, right? Okay. But the actual updating this BMC chapter on
I can
unauthorized
do that
camping would be
tomorrow.
ready to vote on. Okay. All right, I'm just going to look for majority of thumbs up on that course of action. Questions, let me know. Well, take my quick personal time in that round too. I didn't get to and say I do struggle because of the folks in my district on MLK and near there. But hearing all the difficulties that we're now encountering, I would like to pursue this planning strip ordinance because that may provide relief, for example, to Marvin Williams, the one who down that pass. But personally, that's I do echo Councilmember Younger's thoughts on telling those constituents, I sympathize. You've gone through a lot in the past couple of years. However, I'm sorry, put pressure on the mayor to continue working, who I know has been working hard, and I know this isn't easy. But get the shelter space available in the city, in the county, and then there can be enforcement. So I want to say that for my personal.
And I have another point of information. I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no, go for it.
But the planning strip ordinance, isn't it just like, is that to go into effect sooner than a shelter's going up? Is that the purpose of it? So people can get off the planner strips? Another tool? Is that the end game?
The phrase is right. Attorney Fennell, correct me if I'm wrong. The idea would be that if public safety discusses that, that would be a update to a separate piece of city code, which would allow those property owners to potentially have folks trespass from the planning strip in front of their house or their business. Yeah.
I would say if it is an alternative to the council's draft that was in front of you tonight about right-of-way planning strip and all of that. And it is another approach that a different city took. And it was based on what the budding property owner basically wanted.
Okay. But until then, they can still camp in the woods or go to the 40-acre lot by my district. If the planning strip were, I mean, point of information on that, that's what would logistically happen if they were taken off the planning strip. They can go anywhere else they want.
Until there's shelter space available.
Okay, thank you.
All right, council, any questions? Everyone clear on our course of action? Make sure I'm misunderstandings. Perfect. All right, thank you so much. Oh, Mayor, I'm sorry, I did promise if there's any other information you wanted to add. Well, and for everybody, I really do appreciate the mayor being here. I have to draw a fine line on the mayor's not a member of council, so can't get a turn with everyone else, but we are really appreciative you able to ask questions and get information. So just to clarify, go ahead, Mayor.
Yep. Yeah. And so I don't want to it sounds like I have support for my first request. The second one, I missed the thumbs up or down vote. I don't want to oversell it if you already
That was a
decided.
thumbs up. Yeah.
All thumbs up.
Vote.
Okay. All right. So, now, right now, just so you know, this crisis has been occurring in some people's lives for quite a while. So with with camping and even when the shelter was open, we had folks who were refusing shelter and we were spending a lot of time on MLK Way. This is nothing new for me and those folks down there. The thought, and I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but the thought that this ordinance as crafted would create enough chaos to pressure me to move faster or find solutions. I'm a little, I'm just kind of questioning that if that's your actual intent. And I would ask that you potentially consider time. Everything, if you're going to do this, if you're going to go this route, at least give some relief to some of our parts of our city that they've already entrenched encampments and do a time restriction. That's it.
Okay. So this is yet another last minute suggestion.
You know what? I guess I understand the mayor's concerns. Yeah, I'm gonna butt in.
Go for it.
Because how is he gonna set up a shelter in 2 weeks he can't. Y'all are ridiculously clueless if you think he can.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there on the language.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, you are misinformed if you think that can happen because it takes budget allocation. It takes ordering supplies. It takes that. It's not like everything can be set up in 30 minutes. It's going to take zoning, like making sure you're in alliance, in accordance with zoning. It takes time to set up an appropriate shelter space. And if you look at other municipalities and what they've done, it's taken time. So I guess I understand his concern and I honor what you say, Mayor.
So let's say, Mayor, I'm gonna put this forward, but if folks still need to speak, but we do need to wrap this up. If Mayor, you have a complete ordinance, we would love to consider it. Part of the city charter is for you to bring items forward for our consideration and to make recommendations on action to address the city's needs. That's language from the charter. So if you have a complete ordinance that you want to bring to us, that would have been fantastic back in June. If you have one now, I think certainly your prerogative. In the meantime, I think let's go forward with what council drafted. But
Yep.
council
Yes.
members, yeah. Councilmember Younger?
So in response to Councilmember Chamberlain, yes, it's going to take time. I fully realize that, but let's start the clock.
Council, quick finishing comments here, and then I think we have a path forward. I'm sorry, let's go. Good now. I'm sorry. My goodness. Good now, Mockler, then Dennehy. Good point.
I just want to say that all I felt I heard the mayor say was great. But can we do anything to give any relief? So that's now solved, sort of. Can we do anything now in the time it takes to stand up other solutions to give relief to the people who've been burdened with this. So that's all I heard. And I don't, and that's an option. We could come up with a temporary something, which I don't think is a bad idea, because as there's folks that are relieved with where we're at, there's people that are not so happy, but the folks that have asked us to do something, it could be spring. Hopefully not.
Mochler.
Ukrainians set up refugee shelters within days. This is something that can be done. My second and final comment is, I don't think anybody on this council is aiming to create chaos as a way to urge the mayor to act. I think we're choosing a method that takes note of his greater expertise, his greater staff, and his role as defined by charter to be the head of the executive branch.
Benny.
I agree with Councilmember Mochler on that point. Just a quick clarification. So, Mayor Wheeler, sorry, I'm trying to look at you while also talking to that. You're right. I can move these. I forgot they're not on it. They are wireless. It is 2023. Thank you for that. Attorney Fennell. Sorry. Now I feel like it's been 2.5 years and I haven't realized that. Sorry, I'm also a little tired. So just for clarification, your opposition is to Councilmember Younger's suggestion that the administration define the areas that will be exempt from the no camping ordinance, or are you specifically talking about the creation of shelter as we would understand it?
Actually,
Sure.
I think I understand what the mayor was saying. I think what he was saying is that this council should revisit a time-based restriction, similar to what Portland did. We talked about this back in June, where camping is prohibited. You pick a time, it's like between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. It means that if you were camping during that time, then it would be illegal.
Okay, thank you for that. Just a comment on that then. Thank you for that clarification. Is that correct?
yes,
Mayor?
that's all,
Okay.
that is all, that is my ordinance that I'm proposing. Exactly what you have, just put the time-based restriction in there.
Got you. So my response to that for my fellow council members is I think we've discussed that, and I think we kind of discussed that may be cruel for people to have to pack up their entire belongings and lives between certain hours. I think we were all moved by Vice Chamberlain's personal account of needing to leave a spot in order to go find resources, come back. And I think Councilmember's Younger point about being able to have a space where people can leave their things as they go out and search for employment, as they go out and search for resources to get them out of the situation that they're in is pretty important. So while I understand that request, I think my mind's made up on that one to not have a time restriction. Thanks.
All right. Now that that's on the floor, any better the councilman for the time or their thoughts, just to do the same thumbs up, down on the time-based restriction. It's just for record, so down as well. Okay. All right. That's a large majority not in favor, as we previously discussed. Okay. So that said, we have the same marching orders we had a few minutes ago. We'll get that on the agenda next week for a vote. And at the same time, public safety to discuss the Eugene parking strip ordinance. All right. Thank you, council. Thank you, mayor. Thank you, Attorney Fennell and Chief Wolf for being here. Quick break because it's getting, let's reconvene at 7:55. No objection, quick 10-minute break, and we'll probably skip item 7 and just do item 8. All right.
Recording stopped.
Oh, wait, this is old. This is. I got.
Turkey sandwich? Yeah. I brought sandwich stuff.
Recording in progress.
I'm gonna call the meeting, I'm gonna call the meeting back to order. It is 7:55. We just finished A5. We're gonna jump to item A8 at the moment, in interest of time and everything. And then we'll revisit the other two remaining ones. So item A8 that we're jumping to, we have Judge Flood here to present a request for budget adjustment to provide additional security services for Bremerton Municipal Court. So Judge, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, it's lit up so you can hear me now.
There we
Good
go.
evening and thank you, City Council members and President Coughlin, to the mayor. The City of Bremerton, as you all have just heard, we are in a crisis in our downtown corridor area, and the Bremerton Municipal Court is not immune. I have attached as supporting documents for the request incidents that have escalated over the last 6 weeks. And I asked Chief Wolf to stay because I even, it affects his department as well. This last week, we had to take an individual into custody after finding out that meth was smoked in our bathrooms. And that's happened twice in the last month. We've also had an incident where there's been feces spread in our bathroom. Currently, the way that the Bremerton Municipal Court is set up as far as security is it's contracted for the front door coming in and out. There's a wand. We do not have any scanning equipment to see what's being brought in, but everyone is wound down. And there's been plenty of times where the security officers looked in the purse and found drug paraphernalia. With the new code being passed, we're seeing, as I mentioned at the safety committee meeting, the increase of possession and use coming through the courts. A judge, the presiding judge, it's my responsibility to ensure that the staff is safe and our community is safe. And leading back to when the window was broken last year in February, when I first came into office, less than 30 days in the office, we had to break in. We've had several small little security incidents that have happened, but they're escalating because we need the defendants to come to court in person. With COVID, there wasn't as much of a need, but we're fully open. There's rarely that these individuals have access to Zoom. Our mask mandate has been reduced, and we're also required by the code to have our bathrooms open. As a security measure, we did have our facilities come in and put locks on the doors, but we do have to still allow access. So once they're in the bathroom, what happens? We still don't have any control over. I think we've had to call the Bremerton Police Department very often, I want to say in the last couple of weeks, for support. I did reach out to Chief Wolf first to see what kind of support they could provide to us. We're now transporting defendants from the jail for hearings twice a month. That takes 3 of his men to be able to do that and support the court. And so that's been working very well. We also have the issue behind not having the day-to-day. We've had defendants leave the courtroom angry. We had a defendant run from the courtroom because they needed to be taken into custody. So these are all things, again, they're escalating the number, the foot traffic that's coming into the court just on a daily basis to schedule hearings, whether it's a litigation hearing or a contested hearing, to pay fines. That's downstairs. Upstairs, we're seeing a volume of upwards of 50 individuals on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays, are heavy days. I've worked with Melinda to take on the recommendation that Chief Wolf made of contacting Seattle's Best and they have provided us some support. And one of those support days was the day in which the last defendant was smoking in the bathroom. He was able to assist in detaining until the 2 officers came from the Bremerton Police Department. So in no way do I want to be sitting here in front of you saying all of these things have happened, but they have, and it's not getting any better. As you can see from the timeline, it's getting worse. And we're at a place where I'm afraid for my staff. I'm afraid for myself. I'm afraid for the people in our community that come into our courtroom if we don't have adequate security. The estimate is asking that we be able to have in our budget of $60,000 to get us to the end of the year. In next year's budget, we will put a proposal in for the year. We're estimating a need for about 3.5 days of extra secured officers from Seattle's Best. And they have really made a difference in the few times that we've been able to have them there with a few dollars we had in the budget that Mike okayed for us to use. But we know that the need is there. I will just say the last time that I came as far as asking for additional funds was supporting the AV Media grant. That construction has been very successful. It did get completed, and we did receive extra dollars from the state. So that amount that we requested that we would need, we didn't actually need. Maybe there was a couple of thousand, but the state came in, gave us more money as they saw the need to support that. So that construction, again, has made it possible for us to be able to have people in the courtrooms and to be able to have the media sounds and not the issues that we were having prior to that. So that is the request of the court. We're starting a possible 3-day trial tomorrow. It would grant me great relief to know that there's some funding coming or allocated to our extra security.
And Colton, thank you, Judge Flood. Council, for awareness, this item was requested to be added yesterday. I think I got the request about 5 o'clock. And so I allowed it to go on the agenda for discussion. The request was to take action, but again, due to the Open Public Meetings Act, we cannot take action on items without at least 24 hours notice to the public. So I'd wanted to make clear that was the request. And so after discussion, we have our usual options of deciding to take action at a next meeting, deciding not to, or there's the option to hold a special meeting should council decide that that time is of the essence. But with that, Public Safety Chair Fry, the floor is yours for any questions or comments and summing up. I know this came to Public Safety, I think, a couple days ago, at least the topic.
Yes, it did come before Public Safety, and we did discuss it briefly. We tried to provide some reassurance of support and did reference budget process. So I think it was our understanding that it was going to be something that would be examined during the budget process. I wasn't aware of how much of an emergency type of situation this is. You know, I've been asking you about safety there since the beginning, and I am always concerned about safety in a courtroom. I've been in too many where I've seen things go bad, and they can go bad really quick. And there's real risk there. Although, again, like every administration proposal that comes to us a bit late, you know, we're going to complain about it, and we're going to say, geez, and it's hard to weigh in against something like this. And yet my understanding is you're out of money. Is that, I mean, there's no like extra money to pay for this in your budget or anything?
No.
It's an extra
I don't know
expense.
if that would be correct. Mike could probably explain it a little bit better, but there was not any money designated specifically in our budget request for this line item. And I think that's the issue.
So currently within supply services and taxes, within the appropriation, there's $50,000 left in the budget with a monthly expenditure rate about $27,000 to $30,000. So no anticipated to spend the allowable funding will exceed that. We look for room within the budget for potential cuts, and the lines we looked at were already exceeding budget to current date.
Boy, that's tough. I think I need paper on this. Not that I like to ask for more paper, but it seems like I need more of an understanding of this fiscally. That's
Yeah, so, and I'm just gonna chime in here, and Judge Flood knows she's come to public safety, and I've got the date here, February 2nd. So it's been a minute since and that's when you came to say that you wanted additional security. Stabbing outside of the courthouse, several threats, phone calls, windows broken out. And so you came to us at that point in time and wanted additional security. Did we approve any funding since then no? So we kind of have given the head nod for extra security, but the problem is it hasn't come to us as an agenda bill. And I'm a little in agreement with I think mainly I just kind of want verification. Sorry about that. Enjoying a Cookie Monster cookie. If this is an accurate amount that's projected for staffing, this seems like, I mean, I guess when other departments bring items, they know right to the penny exactly how much it's going to be. They don't have a large estimated amount. I doubt it's going to be exactly $60,000 for staffing.
So with this request, because it's a contract, we have a contract rate for the personnel being
Okay.
used, and we have the amount of hours and days that's being requested by the court. So it is that dollar amount to
Okay.
project through the year end based on the days they think they need coverage for. So I would say 60,000 is pretty accurate.
Okay. Well, I feel better now. Thank you. So just so y'all know, I mean, she did come back in February, and we kind of gave the head nod assurance that we give her this. So, I'm in support of it.
Denny?
Thank you, Judge Flood. Sorry that the court has been experiencing all this. The risk liability aspect in me thinks it's pretty smart to approve this. I would hate for something to happen and a request be on the books that there was a request for added security. So I know we can't take action on it tonight, but I would recommend it goes on consent for next week.
Bruce? Smockler?
Thanks. I'd like to see paper. Here we like, I entirely accept Judge Flood's verbal assurance, and I entirely accept Director Riley's verbal assurance. I would just like to see paper. Like, what's the contract? Who's it with? And then really pretty darn soon, we're gonna have to start thinking, well, what happens next? Because I'm assuming, Judge Flood, that you don't imagine that this will vanish as smoke at the strike of New Year's Eve. Right? So
We
need
will
to-
plan to be requesting 2 security officers in the 2024 budget, just so that you know. This was in the budget that we put forth for 2023, and it was removed from the budget.
Okay.
Anticipating that we would be open more and that this would be coming. The issue in which you're saying you want to see paper, this came from Melinda in contracts from the city, putting this together and talking with the security officers. This did not come from Judge Flood creating a hocus pocus number.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure you understood.
No, I assumed that somewhere there was paper and just saying, I'd like to see it.
There isn't a contract though, because we can't do a contract until you say you're okay with the funds. That's what I'm understanding.
Oh, that we approve, people say, here's the contract we'd like to enter into, can you give us the money? And we go, yay or nay, usually yay. So I'd just like to, Director Riley is telling us that there is a contract.
No, the process, we can have a draft contract. We've been working with Seattle's finance. There's also a procurement steps that need to take place. This is all come up pretty recent. Melinda has spent a lot of time in the last couple of days working with the court to determine cost, determine need, to work with the vendor that was not worked through our office to procure, that was through a recommendation of BPD. So now we've had to do our due diligence and get quotes to make sure they are a reasonable cost. So they are ready to go to be able to execute a contract and bring to council if the council would entertain this being on the agenda. As Council President mentioned yesterday, this was added to the agenda at 5, a request at 5 p.m. Last night to be here today. So there's a process that it can be done, and that contract would be sitting in front of you for a vote in the public meeting. But again, there's not a whole lot of time between then and now to move forward.
Would we have it by like, here I'm truly just asking, and pardon me for ignoring you, Judge Flood, but I figure this is more for Director Riley, is that correct? Okay. Would we be able to have that information by like, say, Monday morning?
Yeah, if we're getting a head nod tonight, you want to move this forward. Yeah, Melinda's very close to putting something together. We can add it to the packet.
That sounds really great. And the bailiff that we approved earlier this year, that's
That's a different process.
that's only for the defendants.
That's when we have trials.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. Thank you. I'm totally okay with getting this Monday and putting it on general business. That's
There council member questions, comments? I have some, if not. Okay, good now.
I'll just kind of agree with Councilmember Denny. I think I'd be okay with this going on consent. It's not a lot of money. And if we're going to err, I'd like to err on the side of safety and speed on that.
So, no one else wants to talk in. So, Judge, can you walk me through what the current situation is? What is the number of bailiff security personnel in their roles at present at the moment?
One. We have one security officer who's contracted at the front door,
And who's that contract with?
who's unarmed. Thank you. He is unarmed.
Unarmed. Is that contract with Seattle's Finest, or
No.
who's that contract with?
Melinda's online. I think she can answer that.
It's
question.
Merchant Patrol. We have multiple contracts from Merchant Patrol Services. We've actually increased their contract for the city contract. They oversee like our lots and on the court property. And then we have a separate contract for the security officer that is at the door during court operations.
Sorry, can you restate that again?
No,
Just a little slower, Director. Sorry.
So I'll summarize. So the Merchant Services, Merchant Patrol as a full-time security officer that maintains at the door during the court's operations, but it is unarmed compared to the security guard there right now that they brought on that is an armed guard.
Okay, thank you. And then the bailiff mentioned is
He's there when there's trials.
just when trials, and that's a contract with
No, that's
no.
an employee.
That's an employee.
On-call employee.
on-call employee.
He's
Okay.
on call when he's available, because Kitsap County is in a big trial. He is not available. So we will be starting a trial tomorrow without a bailiff
Okay. Thank you. That's good information.
and without a security officer that's armed.
And then for Seattle's Finest, so we do not currently have a contract with them through the city, or we do, or
Sales finance, we do not. We've
We do
been kind of an on-call under the level that we had worked with them and did not require a contract. Now it's at the tipping point. It requires a contract. So that's where we're at.
okay. One full-time contract with Merchant Patrol that patrols the door during court operations, the bailiff as needed on call. This would be a new contract with Seattle's Finest for, I want to get it right, one full-time armed security guard.
The request in the contract would be an up to $60,000 contract is what the judge is requesting. They'll give 3.5 days per week through December 31st.
3.5 days per week through December. Okay. And then whenever there's a request for budget adjustment. I think it's due diligence to dig into that a little. And so I want to go back, Director Riley, to something you said, and I want to make sure I got it right. Which part of the court budget has $50,000 left with monthly expenditures of close to 30, if I wrote it down correctly?
That's when the budget control supplies, services and taxes, which is with our professional service contracts, our office supplies, things like that. That budget is about $50,000. There's still some unpaid bills that are still outstanding, but that was at the time we ran the information.
Okay. And so it being mid-September, that particular item is category of budget it sounds like it's going to be run out of money by definitely end of October.
Correct.
Okay.
Right now, we're projected to exceed budget in that budget control category.
Okay. And then are there other budget categories under the court that are in a similar position?
That's a
That's
primary. That's where kind
Okay.
of primarily everything lives. There obviously is personnel, which the court has brought to different FTE adjustments throughout the year, temporary ads. We can kind of continue to work within the confines of their budget once approved, but with vacancies, there is some room within their personnel budget overall, probably at year end, but still projecting pretty close.
Okay. And then this 60,000, if we do the budget adjustment, is that coming from general fund?
Correct.
Okay. So I also don't want to mess around with safety first. I think that's critical, both for city liability should something happen and just being a human being. And I want to make sure that no harm comes to anyone in that courthouse. I do think, however, we're going to be going into budget season here in October, and the whispers I'm hearing, and everyone knows economy wise, is everything costs a lot more. Some revenues are up, but not as much as things are costing. It's not going to be we're not going to have a lot of extra money. It's going to be a very tough budget season throughout the city, is my understanding. And so my expectation, if this goes forward, is like every other city department and the tough choices we're going to make, the court may need to prioritize certain services. And I think prioritizing safety is absolutely the right call. But that may have to come at the expense of other categories. And I want to say that out loud because we can't take lightly that we can't print money. So that's just kind of my expectation, Judge Flood, going into budget season, that we have to take a hard look, I think. This triggered that. Any other comments or questions from council? I'm hearing otherwise. We're okay with this going forward, or yes?
Well, it may not be germane, but my goodness, we're going, what's going to happen? How much is this budget going to be exceeded by for the courts? We've already got the 60K.
So currently at $50,000 left in that category we're discussing, at
Yeah.
about $30,000 per month. That would get it 60 in 2 months. We're probably going to be short 30 to 40,000 without this addition.
So we're talking an extra almost 100 grand. I mean,
So
that's 100 grand. I mean, it's
the
gonna be
reg-
about 100 grand.
Yeah, and so the proposal at year end would be reallocates if there's any savings in supplies in their salaries, to reallocate that to the overrun in the other categories.
How common is this for departments to be over budget by $100,000?
It's pretty uncommon for the city.
Okay, so, okay, thank you.
Next, I'll jump in as well with a follow-up question. So in that case, when either, I'm sorry, to be clear, or not being a department, but a separate branch of government, but obviously city budget. But when either a branch of government or a department exceeds a budget category like that, is there a procedure where basically, purchases or expenditures are stopped because there's nothing left in the budget category, or does it automatically come out of general fund to compensate for that going over budget? What's kind of the process there?
Good question. So we send out monthly reports and we track everybody's budget to budget actuals. And when we see something getting close, or we see categories that are near exceeding, we have a conversation. Obviously, it's an elected department. All other departments are under the mayor's office, and we have that conversation. They are at that point, they make adjustments necessary to not exceed their authority until they come to council to discuss why they need additional authority. There are times throughout the year we come to council where there's needs and they need additional authority. This ask is, within the normal. I won't say normal. Normally it's a little more time, but that's what happens to give the additional authority. Being as close to the budget as they are, I think there's things in the program that I think have changed. There's restricted funds that does have authority we cannot use. That has to do with the therapeutic court program. So it is ineligible and within the remaining budget there. So,
Yeah, thanks for that. Then, yeah, Denny.
So just for clarification, we do have authority if there are some vacancies to move personnel funding into that fund. Did I hear that correctly?
There's a potential.
A
So we're
potential.
tracking right now with the court. They have temporary staff that they're paying anywhere up to amount of hours per week, and that it changes depends on the needs of the court. And they're paid a dollar amount, a set dollar amount. So we try to track that from a financial perspective, but we don't know exactly how much time they're going to use. So it's very kind of reactionary, but we are watching that. So right now it's trending pretty close to actual authorized budget, but there could be savings there that depending on the use of those individuals. They still have there's, like I said, there's still vacancies that are in the court, but they're continuing to hire. I think we just approved to bring somebody on. So that might be close and there might not be available. I can't promise that.
The position that we just filled is funded by a grant. And so we still have positions that are unfilled, that are full-time positions. So in looking at funding the grants and having attended a meeting again today, which was very timely, and understanding, questioning around how grant funds are allocated, the way that the state set the parameters for us is if there's an employee that spends time on the community court, then that time comes out of that grant funding that pulls away from their regular salary. They're to track that. They provided us with a spreadsheet to do so. Our dedicated staff person who just started today, his salary comes fully from the grant funding. And if he spends time on something else, that hour or 2 hours does not come out of that. So that is how the grant funding, which is now appropriated funds from the state, works. So there's some of that information that has not gone to our finance department because figuring out how they want us to track that and how things are coded. Those we just got codes, I believe, June, July of this year. And all of that we should have hopefully figured out by the end of September. So court's concern in being here today is because of the escalation that has happened. If there had not been an escalation, then we would be able to follow the normal process. But I was in a meeting with you all on Tuesday. On Wednesday, 2 BPD police officers were at the court. Temporary security that we were allowed to have from Seattle's finest was also there. But for them all being there, things could have been really bad. So when you say it came at 5 o'clock, well, this all happened on Wednesday, Thursday. If I'm in court all day, there's only so much time that I have to draft an agenda bill. And I'm thankful that Melinda assisted with this and she's been following along to try to help us prepare for the 2024 budget year. But before then, this is necessary for us to be able to have the adequate security. And Chief Wolf has provided as much support and input and advice that he can for us to be able to have Seattle's finest there. There are some state grant funds that are available for small jurisdictions like ours, but it has to be both armed security. It has to meet certain parameters as to what we're bringing in. And that would also be available for the 2024 year, which I'm looking into now. So as the court and the city council the legislative branch that provides funding to the court. The court is also looking at areas in which we can supplement, and when there's a need, new things, bringing in new programs, how funding can be brought in from the state and other entities, the county, the 1/10 of 1%. So I ask that you grant this additional funds, and how my understanding is from Mike and his staff supporting the court is by the end, as far as moving things around that are unspent, we should not exceed any budget.
Thank you, Judge Denny. Any more?
Yeah, sorry. I think we're all in support of this, and I think we're gonna push this forward if I'm understanding. I think the conversation just switched a little bit, and I just wanted to follow up on the last thing that you said, just so that we're aware. Hiring processes, because I don't know where hiring processes are at with the timeline of hiring processes. You don't think that the personnel funding will be exceeded to come back to us to get back into that? I believe it's expenditures, and I forget the name of that account. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Supply, service, and taxes, we'll just have to reallocate money.
Got you. Yeah. So
what he said.
So
We'll be
what-
able to do with what Mike is saying, reallocate.
Got you. Okay. That's good to know. Thank you.
I just want to follow up on two quick things. Sorry, unless Young, I think we're having some IT issues. So if Councilmember Younger has questions and can speak up, just speak, but I think he's probably disconnected. On that note about the budgeting codes, Director Riley, can you speak to that in terms of the comment about not getting codes to report expenditures from the courts to finance?
What I just heard from the court is we've received additional grant funding and appropriation from the state that has additional budget revenue codes. I'm unaware of that. I think we're talking about, it sounded like it was the community court therapeutic program, which was brought to council last year for reconfirmation of the program. I'm guessing that's the funding that's available to support this staff member. We also had the 1/10 of 1% for the county to support the staff member, but it sounds like we have additional funding that I was not aware that we were receiving because the council did not sign off on supporting continuing funding from that grant, which was an appropriation. That's what I think I heard, I believe, but
Going to be a bit of a.
So
Yeah. Can you
add on
clarify
to
what
what
you
he's
were,
saying is
saying with the
we
with the
received
coding?
a therapeutic court grant from the state last year, which we came to the city council. In January, as a part of the legislative committee for the District and Municipal Courts Association, we went to Olympia and asked the governor and our legislators to put this into the governor's funding. This was done. So it's a part of appropriations. So when I came to you and asked for your support in the letter, and I said it's changed, it's no longer a grant, even though online it said it was a grant. It's appropriations. So that funding that this court received continues. It ended June 30th, and there's no gap, and it started again July 1st.
Judge Flood, let me get this straight. So on 6/14, when we denied, support of this therapeutic court rubber stamping, you went ahead and got appropriations anyway on June 30th?
On June 14th, the application had already been submitted. What I asked you for was a letter of support. You denied that.
Right.
But I also explained to you that it wasn't necessary.
Okay.
We'll set that aside as a separate item that I'm guessing we'll discuss in budget season and what that looks like. The only other question I heard, and I wanted to ask Chief Wolf part of this too, so I want to make this straight. We do not have a contract with Seattle's Finest, but there is some mechanism to call them in. Is that through BPD? Or what's?
No, so the judge and I have been talking for some time now, and we're doing what we can to support the court, but I don't have officers to have down there for security. And we talked about even doing BPD officers on overtime, providing court security. And we don't have that capacity at this time. So I recommended to look at Seattle's Finest, and there's another, I forget what one it was, public safety, something from State Patrol, and reach out to those. And this, I think, Seattle's Finest was the most receptive and provided what they were looking for and needed.
Okay, I thought I had heard it stated from the judge that at some point Seattle's Finest was at the court supporting recently. Is that not true? Did I mishear that?
Yeah, they hired some security from
Okay.
Seattle's
All right.
Finest recently.
Gotcha. Okay, so but that's not through an existing contract. I was just able to hire them on a small level. I just want to understand.
Correct. So the court had authority without going to contract to spend money directly. So they actually contact them directly outside of the contracting process. The original ask, I think, was $2,600. And then they brought them on an additional week for about $2,400. And once we triggered, hit about $5,000 is where Melinda was watching closely, working with the judge. And now we're tipping the point to have to actually procure the contract, have a contract executed, and actually do kind of an RFQ analysis. Doesn't be a little bitter, but they do have it in. So that at that point, we were made aware of the situation and worked with the judge, tried to find existing funds within the budget, which we were unable to do. Ask the judge to identify line items where they could cut. And that's why we're here tonight, because there is not funding available and they're trending closely to being out of budget by year end.
Okay, and that money for that small amount towards Seattle's Finest, that was coming from supply services and taxes?
That is where it's coding to pay for it. There is no budget there, as we
It's now,
discussed.
right, okay.
Even that dollar amount there was not funding for. And it just adds to the request for the budget amendment for year end,
Okay.
most likely.
Thank you. That's clear now. And Chief Wolf, would you say the court is experiencing a high level of incidents compared to other city buildings?
Yeah, I mean, they're right in the middle of, if you look at the crime map for Bremerton, the big red dot is sitting right over that entire area.
Correct, no, figured, but due diligence. All right, any other additional questions, comments, council else? So yeah, Chamberlain, go ahead.
I'm hung up on this. So if there's extra money, then she's not going to be over budget. So what, can you tell me about therapeutic court funding?
There's not additional funding. There's not extra money. I'm
Okay.
not sure I understand the clear question.
Oh, okay. I apologize. My understanding was well, okay, Judge Flood, did I misunderstand that you said the therapeutic court funding continues?
Oh, you're correct. Yes. Those funds are not eligible for this service. So
Okay.
that was talking about the staff member to bring it on. We kind of went to the person that we just brought on. I think it's the part-time therapeutic court person.
Okay, because those funds are specifically
Those
designated for that
restricted
FTE.
for community court. There is, in the last round, there was some court security improvement provisions within that grant. That's been exhausted. So this is
Okay.
money that we're not aware of, as we spoke of, as said earlier.
Okay,
So.
all right, thank you.
All right, so I'm hearing the request for paper, i.e. the actual contract, all the proper documentation. So a request for that to come next week. And so is council okay with this going on study session for Wednesday? And then do we want it on general or consent? City council, what did I say? Thank you. City council general business meeting next week. Thank you. Okay. All right, so this will be on general business for next week. And so I got to close with the comment of, though, with budget season coming up, sounds like there's a lot of questions to be answered regarding the court's budget. So I don't want to have any surprises, Judge Flood, but there may be some tough questions and really digging into the proposal. So, all right. Thank you so much for being here, Judge Flood and Chief Wolf. With that, this item will be on general business for next week. I'm sure not going to do item A7 with this. So let's go back to item A6. Oh, okay. And Councilmember Younger had to exit the meeting at 8:28. I know he's on a work trip, so glad he was able to attend for the portion he was able to do. All right, back to item A6. Councilmember Anna Mockler is here to present a proposal to update BMC section 20.02.040 subsection A entitled quote project permitting processing procedures type 1 project permits.
Excellent. So this is really just a response to seeing things suddenly appear. It's like seeing buildings suddenly appear in Bremerton. And not having any idea what they are or like, yeah, so they simply appear. So I thought, well, that's odd because in many other cities, they have a big sign that says notice of proposed land use action. And it has a drawing of it, and it has contact information, it has lists the comment period, all that stuff. So I looked at other cities near us and the county because they are all in conformity with, right, because Director Spencer has trained me well that everything has to be in conformity at every level, right? Like a municipality has to be in conformity with the county. The county has to be in conformity with the state. The neck bone's connected to the shoulder bone. I'm sorry. I've really been awake for a long time. I truly beg your pardon. I'm back. So I looked at all of their requirements for public notice. And if you'll look at simply a 2-page summary, trying to do you guys right. The only real difference is, everybody has type 1, type 2, type 3, et cetera, permits. They have conditional use. This is common throughout all of these jurisdictions. But what Paulsbo does is they just say type 1 permits aren't just SEPA exempt. Is that a phrase that everybody knows? SEPA's a big deal. It's like okay. Everybody if you have to do a SEPA review, that's like, oh my gosh. Like if you're putting in new windows, probably don't have to do SEPA review, right? But if you're like trying to expand your footprint into a wetland buffer, you would totally be doing SEPA review. Garrett, you can come sit here and frown more close up.
Well, I'm gonna step in and say avoid personal comments, even though it's in good jest. All right. I know.
No, I want him to frown.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong, I want
Okay.
him to frown. Yeah, I do.
Back to the proposal.
Yeah. So here's what happens is, according to Director Spencer, most of our permits are type 1. They're SEPA exempt or they're building construction demolition. That's kind of a wide thing. I really like Paulsbo's refinement on that, which is that type 1 permits are of limited or no public interest, right? If you're putting in new windows, limited or no public interest. If you're expanding your garage by 2 foot, probably limited or no public interest. So I would just like the council to consider, as part of our council 2023 goals and priorities, was to increase community engagement. The typical way that DCD notifies people is if it's a large enough project, they'll mail to 300 foot away. But if it's not that large, then here's what you have to do. You have to join the DCD's Notify Me email list, or you have to regularly scroll their website, or you have to read the legal notices in the Kitsap Sun, or, live less than 300 feet from the site. So, and I'm still trying to chase this other part down where I was told by a DCD staffer that if I wanted to know more about a permit, I had to make a public records request. That seems like a lot of burden to put on the people who live here and who would like to have a chance to comment. It doesn't, certainly Mr. Jackson will inform me of how wrong I am, and that's fine by me. But it doesn't seem like the only person on whom it places any burden is the person who's contemplating a project that is of some public interest. And that means they have to post a placard. It's not, right? And that way the passersby can do it. Did anybody have any questions about the summary that I provided?
Just for clarity, the rest of council, is this something you're looking to get feedback to be a continued discussion, an agenda bill?
I'd like to
What's
know
the
if,
action asked of council?
thank you. Yeah, no, this is information only, but I would like to know if council thinks this is something worth pursuing. if, of course, it turns out that by requiring these placards, we bring all development to a grinding halt or, significantly slow it, then I'm sure we would think differently. But all other things being equal, I think that this would fulfill our duty and responsibility to the people we represent, so that they know what was going on around them. Did that answer your question?
I think so. So looking for, feedback from council if they want.
Yeah, like what's the
Discuss this further.
phrase
Okay.
that head nods or thumbs up or
Yeah. Okay.
winks?
Let's go to our usual comments, questions. Yeah. So go ahead, Denny, then Fry. Oh, I saw. No. All right, Fry then Denny.
Nothing on.
Thank you. It's interesting because I recently approached Director Nucky at our district meeting and asked him about signs, if we could put signs up on projects like, over by the YMCA, and you see all the earth movers there and you wonder what's going on with that. And I just took a picture of the apartment, 24 new apartments going in on Wheaton Way. I didn't really know about that, but took a picture of it. Garrett, of course, was very responsive when I asked. But if a sign, the city of Bremerton is bringing you 24 new apartments, I just think, as well as encouraging input, I don't know if we want that at that point, right? When things are already happening. But I do think it's a nice way of letting people know what's going on, and we're proud of it, right? We're proud of it. It gets kind of community excited about earth movers. I don't know. That's all I have. And it's, it's late, but I understand. Yeah.
Denny?
Thanks. This is gonna sound really ignorant of me, Councilmember Mockler. I'm so sorry, but it's late and I honestly spent most of my brain power on, the big issue tonight. So you're just wanting more signage when there's projects of public interest so that people are on notice. Is that kind of when it boils down to?
When people apply for a permit, if it's, as I say, like really minor, like I'm putting in a new mailbox. Sure. You wouldn't even need one for that. But if it's a minor project, so be it. That would be limited to no public interest. But if it's, building 24 apartments, that would be of some public interest. And I think that answer your question.
Yeah, totally.
The only reason I took such a deep dive, Councillor Dennehy, is insomnia.
It's totally fine. It's not a critique on you. I was reading while you were talking. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding.
Okay.
I'm ready to give a head nod. That sounds reasonable to me. I was just going to ask Garrett, did you want to weigh in on?
Yeah,
If that's possible. Sorry.
Yeah, please.
So I have a couple points. First of all, being that when it comes to providing public comment, the biggest issue at stake is if we have a permit that allows for public comment, generally that gives someone a standing to appeal. So first of all, I just like to say that Director Spencer has related to council on several occasions to this point that anytime we're going to be revising Title 20 of the BMC, it needs to go through the Planning Commission process, and that the Planning Commission is currently considering the comprehensive plan update. And so now is not a good time for the Planning Commission to be tweaking Title 20 for permit processes. Anybody that's in the audience that has feelings about how permitting should be processed, please direct those comments to bremerton2044.com. We're in the middle of our comprehensive plan update. We would love to hear your opinions. That being said, we will go through the comprehensive plan update process and then directly transition into updating the zoning code. My second point is just to get to the meat of the argument, or excuse me, not the argument, but the item is permit predictability. And that when you give somebody standing to appeal, that makes permit predictability very difficult to understand. It becomes much more risky to apply for a permit and make investments in your city. So as I understand it, this proposal would provide an additional public process for any use, view, height, or footprint increases. And our current Bremerton Municipal Code has regulations for all of those items that went through the public process and were approved through the public process. So this would be potentially another, an additional public process that could potentially invalidate what's on the books already. And once again, if anyone in the audience has feelings about any of those items, about height, footprint, use, proposal, what have you, please send them to our comprehensive plan website. We're looking forward to reading those. Now, lastly, the Department of Commerce estimates that there's going to be a need for another 1.1 million housing units over the next 20 years. And that has brought on this legislative session, state of Washington, what's being referred to as the year of housing, where there has been a tremendous amount of legislation meant to create housing and do it easily in the state of Washington. And that includes provisions for easing and streamlining the local permit process, including SB 5290, which amended the Local Project Review Act. Now, there are now going to be penalties in the future if permit timelines are not met, up to and including having to partially refund people's permits for not being able to make those timelines. So the state has identified that the local permitting process is a bit arduous as it exists today, and that they are pushing jurisdictions to make that more streamlined in order to create the types of development that we need as far as population and job projections are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Jackson. So you just transported me back to administrative law 2012. I think the only thing I remember is like the Chevron two-step, but my next question is going to be then to Attorney Fennell. This is basically creating a notice that requires a notice and comment period and then creates standing in the courts based on what Garrett has relayed to us.
Well, right. So the way that it would require more working through what the appeal process was, because normally that we would give anyone who had commented would have the right to appeal, which means any of the permits could be held up in an appeal to the hearing examiner that then can be subsequently appealed to
the Superior Court. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, under Lucas. So it does open that up. And so keep in mind that type 1 permits are generally the kind that are ministerial in action, and like what a word, it's ones that the city should be granting because it's the law.
Gotcha.
Not that a comment's going to be I guess they're the type that there's not really a lot of discretion, is how I've generally thought of them in my head. And so I don't know.
Yeah.
Garrett would know more about that, but I'm just saying it does open up whether or not the person making
It slows down development and opens up for liability. So unfortunately, I'm going to take away my head nod. I'm so sorry, Councilor Mockler. Unintended consequences. I understand why everybody hates attorneys, but they're looking out for the best. Especially, I think the argument that won me over is the policy argument that the state is making, that they're wanting the city to streamline all jurisdictions to streamline permitting, and not create that extra liability. So I'm going to take it away. Sorry.
Any other comments or questions from council members to our presenter? Yeah, it's good now. Okay, all right.
I'll just be really brief. I can. You guys intuited that I had a desire to speak. So currently, we have a place for public comment. Currently, we have a process for public comment and the whole appeal period. It's just buried and mysterious. So here, what we're saying is that by keeping it secret, as it were, comparatively secret, because Mr. Jackson is entirely correct. He is so forthcoming. He answers all the calls. It's just, you gotta know that he's the guy to call. You have to know that a permit application has come in. You have to know that a public comment is there. So that whole process is there. All we would be doing with the sign would be throwing a little sunshine on it. Like, here's the deal.
I feel like we're always having these Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy references. So, are we saying that it was posted at City Hall? But like, so if some major thing's gonna happen to property, there's nothing that goes up, or there's a point where they put something up on the property, right? Yeah, if you would indulge.
Yep.
So Councilmember Mochler referenced SEPA earlier. There are variable levels of SEPA, so it stands for State Environmental Policy Act. And that if you hit certain development thresholds, then that triggers SEPA review. And anything that's reviewed under SEPA would get posted. Now, the council has seen in the past to raise that SEPA review to remove, to further define what is a big project and what isn't. So once again, that went through the public process where council decided what is a permit that they want to include the public on and what is not. So we have our current SEPA exemption levels that if you have a building that's under 30,000 square feet or less, then you are exempt from SEPA. So like the new Wendy's on Adele, that didn't require public notice because it's a building that was not seen as needing it.
Right. So, so basically, I'll just use a simple example. If it's a residential neighborhood and there's an empty lot, somebody can build a house with all of our current standards. They don't need to post anything there. Okay. To be honest, I'm fine with that. Although all my life, when I've come across a construction area or a commercial remodel, I always say, and I get people you could call right now and ask if I say this, why don't they put up a sign? But that's different because that's the marketing side of it. That's a great thing to encourage, but that's different than kind of giving notice to that. And if it doesn't trigger things that require a notice, then I can see where it does streamline it. Not a huge bit, but aside from all of this, so right now I'd say you guys have enough on your plate, but I would almost just say take this back and kick it around and see if there's a place that you can meet us part way or something. The intent of what's been discussed here, whether it's kind of the be a good neighbor and give people a heads up, or and then maybe you guys come back to us and we can continue the conversation after the comprehensive plan possibly. Or does it need to be in the comprehensive thing? Okay, that's all.
Just very briefly, we are listening, and when the council makes suggestions, we definitely log that away for when we will tackle these items in the future. It's not that we're not interested, it's just that we have a full slate on the planning commission's plate, but we do appreciate the ideas and the feedback and look forward to addressing them.
Yeah, I've got any other questions, council? Yeah, and so I want to say I really appreciate the extra noticing, the public intent, the deep dive. But seeing this come up and realizing it's chapter 20, I know we've been here before where any proposal to amend it, as you said, requires planning commission review, and council cannot direct the administration how to run planning commission, and dive into your work plan there from my understanding. So that's under the mayor's administration, but and so with that, it's yeah, I would echo great thoughts, great feedback. My God, Councilmember Mochler, I really appreciate how you can deep dive in each one of these and we get to learn about it. No, I mean, seriously, it's just going back to was that an unintentional pun? Oh no, it's like, who knows? Anyway. But yeah, but I can't give a thumbs up for council to take action to amend this when it would have to go through planning commission and staff, and they don't have the bandwidth right now. So I want to make that clear. But yeah, if you have but I'll ask the question to you
Yeah, just
You think
really
that's
quick,
incorrect?
if every 10 years, DCD can't amend any non-emergency Title 20, perhaps we could find some workaround for that in the future, because 2 years out of every 10, is that correct, Mr. Jackson, that you're working on the comp plan? Yeah, like, let's, you know, let's not sleep. That's easy. And think about that a bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't disagree. I've had some constituents with what I thought were fairly easy code updates, even outside Title 20. And I know staff is slammed and it's tough to get in. No, I appreciate that too. But I also know I'm sure DCD would love a lot more staff and more bandwidth and be able to do everything everywhere all at once. But okay, so I'm not seeing enough head nods for this to proceed, but point well taken and a lot of great information learned. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Muckler, for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Jackson, for staying so late to provide all the extra information. I am sorry you were the last. Council, I ain't doing rules and procedures yet again because it is late. Maybe one of these days we'll have I'm tabling it. I'm tabling rules and procedures. It is. I don't have the brain power to go through that. Okay, maybe our next study session will be shorter. Yeah, I'm not putting it at the front of the agenda. All right, let's knock out general council business. All right, item B1, I'm going to invite Audit Committee Chair Anna Mockler to provide a summary of the Audit Committee on August 28th.
So the auditor has basically completed the preliminary draft list of all city-owned properties that was sent to Attorney Finnell. We applauded her a whole heck of a lot. It's still being reviewed by legal, etc. And we urged her to move on to the next item, which is land.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. Yeah, sorry about the room conversation.
We urged her to move on to landlord license compliance. This is a database that DCD has been asking for a while, and it's a way to ensure that the rentals in Bremerton are habitable and that we have a list of them. So if, for example, we want to say, hey, this cool new program is available, we have a mailing list that we can send out to all the landlords. Other than that, we have changed the meeting date from fourth Monday to third Monday, which will be nice because it won't conflict with Christmas and Thanksgiving. And other than that, we were not devastated, but we were sad about the absence of Councillor Dennehy at the meeting. Yeah, that's it.
Can I just jump in with one comment there?
Sure.
I just want to publicly recognize Chair Mockler and the auditor and Christine's really hard work on both compiling. Yeah, Christine's amazing. Compiling both the affordable housing lists that we were then able to use in debate tonight and in the current process of making sure that rentals are habitable. So thank you.
Sounds like good news all around. Yeah, can't wait to read that report when it comes out all written. Excellent. And still looking for a CPA member seat. Is that right? I just want to, yeah.
I have approached a couple of CPA firms in Kitsap County. Oh, shoot, there was one thing I forgot because I don't want to do it, so I forgot to do it. But I've been approaching legislators and everybody that I can, you know, because before the state legislature comes back into session, we need a CPA. The audit committee has now been without a CPA since June. They asked me to extend the search to the Kitsap Peninsula. My experience has been that the CPA we found was not even willing to spend $250 to retain his Washington certification to stay on the committee. People who are not connected in any way to Bremerton, but I promised that I would bring it to you, so I am bringing it to you. If you feel we should expand it to a larger area, we will do so.
Yeah, personally support that. Just council, last year did update the, bylaws so that we could have a CPA specifically that is from, I believe, anywhere in Washington. If my memory's right. Yeah. Or at least that there was no location-based criteria for the CPA. Have to look it up. Washington certified. That's right. And that was the issue. Okay. So Washington. Yeah. So definitely support. And if there are any CPAs that are bored at 9 o'clock on a Wednesday watching a council meeting that also has spare time to volunteer for a city, let us know. We know you're out there. All right. Thank you, Chair Mockler. Unless any other burning questions on that, I'll pass it over to Public Safety Committee Chair Fry. If there's anything from the September 5th Public Safety meeting we didn't already talk about tonight.
The only extra thing I would think would just be to reiterate the impact of the loss of the levy on the fire and police departments. It was already hard to recruit and retain, and now it's even harder. One thing I've learned is that our law enforcement and fire professionals are really looking for opportunity for advanced training, for specialized training, and the smaller departments, just can't offer that the way the larger departments do. And so anyway, I think they're continuing to do well besides that, but they're stretched mighty thin. And what we're seeing on the streets, it's hard as we talk about all what we're doing right now with this camping ordinance. I think it's important to remember that the other people that are affected by it are our law enforcement and fire EMTs that respond to the emergencies. Many of them are health emergencies. So anyway, the morale is not super high right now in those departments. So, and we're looking forward to just hearing what the plans are possibly to reintroduce that opportunity at another time. I think everybody was trying to take responsibility. The union was taking responsibility, the chiefs were taking responsibility, and yeah, so disappointing.
Karen. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Good enough. Go ahead.
I wanted to provide an update that I didn't provide at public safety and that I'd meant to, because we were talking about other things. And it came up in a comment last week about funding spent on our ILA with Kitsap County to divert some of our cases to Kitsap County. I just wanted to update that none of that money has been spent. The Kitsap County actually has not been able to help us at all. And so we have not forwarded any cases under that ILA. They ran into staffing issues on the public defense side and actually had to issue a letter earlier this month that they're not, they're in a crisis as well with regard to public defenders. So we have not received any relief from the county on that. And I meant to report out on that at public safety and I didn't. So.
Yeah, that was a citizen question.
Please, let's make sure we cover that at the next public safety meeting, because I think that really needs to be known out there.
I just wanted to comment on the ballot initiative. I've talked to so many people because if they complain about anything, I'm like, well, and it's an overwhelming number of people said, I meant to vote.
Oh.
I mean, it's no, because I get in enough trouble as it is, but it was a weird thing. One thing on the ballot. I don't know. I mean, it's so, I don't know if it's as resounding a signal from the community as it seems, but we have to, yeah, it was, it's crazy. People just try to do their best to check out.
Yeah. Well, I'll comment too that I also think there was just a general lack of leadership on organizing a campaign for that. I mean, yeah, I mean, gosh, our police and fire staff are spread so thin. They don't have a lot of spare personal time to be doing this on their own. Yeah, there really needed to be a spearheading committee that actually formed like a normal group that would support a ballot initiative and go out and do the pro statements and, yeah, so I think we should keep discussing that. Because I know this council obviously supported putting it on the ballot and going forward with it, so great to hear public safety maybe brainstorm on how to make that successful.
Chief Wolf did mention that he had not been aware of the resources available through unions for something like this. So I think that the fire department was much more well aware of that, but still they weren't able to mobilize because of what you're talking about, burnout and scheduling and, you know, all of that.
Sorry, I have to clamp down on side conversations just for public awareness and record. No, it's good. Yeah, I know. I know.
What did I just say? Oh, he said he hadn't been as well aware as he should be about opportunities within the union, the police union, for supporting this kind of a dcampaign. Isn't that, I think I remember, yeah.
The FOP, they just kind of signed up with the FOP recently and
Yeah.
they didn't, but they're gonna be better next time with the
Yeah,
units.
yeah.
They know more. They know better now.
Well, thanks for continuing to discuss that. Any other regional or committee boards briefings? Go ahead, Makla.
Sorry.
Yep.
Kitsap Transit Board approved a new safety plan. We're gonna be fare free Sundays through the end of 2024. 2024 goals, here's the ones I added in, which is restore Sunday service in full. Dial-a-ride, expand Dial-a-ride to Bremerton. It's in Paulsbo, it's in Bainbridge, it's in lots of other places in Kitsap, not here. And it's also a way, Dial-a-ride, it's where you just,
Sorry, microphone just for my mind. I know.
I said I thought they were just announcing I was going to Bremerton.
I thought I just saw it in the news or the Kitsap Transit blog. They
Great.
were doing the kind of like I want to call it BI ride because they've had it for 100 years. But this one is
well, they have the BI ride and they have it in Paulsbo, but they keep telling me that it is too expensive to do it in Bremerton. And I've asked for like how much it would cost and I keep not getting it. Really happy to be wrong on this. Anyhow, they use the ridership data from that to determine where new routes need to be. So it, like, as the densest, largest city on the peninsula, it'd be a help. Really interesting thing, former Senator Christina Rolfs was looking at the list of surplus vehicles and she said, why can't we sell them at fair market value to nonprofits? And we all went, what a great idea. So I'm passing that on to you guys. And 94% of the 2,300 passengers who rode the Silverdale Bremerton ferry were like, make it permanent. That's it.
Ooh.
Unless you want to hear details of the new safety plan.
I'll read up on it. I have one quick one, which was the Eric Morley, who's been leading the Bremerton Ferry Coalition, hosted a meeting. It was not open to the public, but it was a really well attended meeting. I went for council, mayor was there, a bunch of other elected officials like Senator Randall, folks from Washington State Ferries, Kitsap Transit, John Clausen, I mean, and a lot of other community members, and it was a really good brainstorming activity. So I'll mention my council report next week, but I wanted to just say out loud a big kudos to Eric Morley for getting that group of people together to brainstorm solutions, and he did a really and several other people were instrumental in making that happen. And I'm not going to try and remember all the other names, but yeah, brainstorming what to happen the next year, 2 years, 10 years out. So that was a great meeting.
Dial-a-ride
Oh,
is different from
back to
Sunday.
the transit. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. The Sunday bus service is starting in Bremerton. It's going to run from the ferry up Wheaton, up Warren. Sorry, I really am tired now. It's going to run up to Riddell and possibly past Riddell to Silverdale, and it will be free. The mayor is planning to ride it on the first day. So are many luminaries. So it might be something you guys want to do.
I know. Incorporating the on-demand dialer, right? Not just on Sunday. Okay, let's hash that one. Let's hash that one out offline or present it in a council report next week. Present a council report next week. All right, good. All right,
You
Vice
want me
President
to-
Chamberlain.
Maybe you want me to present it at my council report, but let me tell you, you guys, that Sugar Pine neighborhood had like 150 people show up. The mayor was there. The chief of police was there. Y'all, it's online. I got yelled at a little bit for something that I'm glad it's no longer going to be my responsibility after we pass an ordinance. But I will share a little bit more about that at the next council meeting. I have contacted everybody in my district. I've kept up on that I can tell. I've contacted everybody with a follow-up, and y'all saw it. There's a lot of people. So thank you.
I'll say, well done. It's not easy on those meetings, but I'll, unless, is there any other burning general or council business? Okay. No, but I will close with just a thanks to each and every one of you. And when Councilmember Younger views the recording for, again, oh, sorry, you have a general council business? Okay. Oh, microphone. Yeah, thank
Can we please put it on the agenda to figure out a way to actually enforce the agenda policy? Because things flying in here within, less than 24 hours and sometimes after the meeting has begun, we can't do our job. If it's not an emergency, I'd really like to figure out some way. Like I think let's have council be the bad cop and the staff can be the good cop.
So, yeah, I'll respond. 99% of the time, agenda policy is followed. Department heads especially do a fantastic job of getting things on time. In rare circumstances for city departments, looking at Director Nucky sitting over there, for example, he'll, once in a while call me up and say, this just popped up, and we'll talk through it and I'll go, yes, that's clearly a truly unexpected pop-up event. Put it on the, yes, absolutely. That should go on the agenda. So whoever's in the seat, council president can grant exceptions to the policy to allow things on the agenda. In this case, with Judge Flood's request, it was only due to the security concerns that I did not want to say, so sorry, too bad, wait 2 more weeks to the next study session because it sounded urgent. And I do not like doing that. I do not like granting exceptions last minute, knowing the chaos it causes. So I really do appreciate the comments on that, but the agenda policy is being followed, but I do exercise the rare exception to let something on outside that procedure. It is rare compared to the number of items that come through. Boom. What was the saying? Thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm like, what? No, thanks to each and every one of you for tackling a really difficult issue. I just want to say again, I'm going to keep saying it. I'm proud of all of us. I'm proud of this council. We did not shy away for what is probably one of the most pressing issues of our time in trying to find a solution. And I will not apologize for spending time, effort, discussion. Even if some folks got scared, even if some folks, it drove out community engagement. We've heard from so many and know this is not passed yet or anything, but I just want to say I'm really proud. That's all. I think we're all doing our jobs, and that's really important. And we're all showing true leadership for the city. So I will close on that and say that the next council meeting is on Wednesday, September 20th, beginning at 5:30 p.m. in the meeting chambers, which is always a remote option available by Zoom. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.